For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Since Okayama Piper has tight turns and requires precise maneuvering, I want a car that can navigate corners smoothly without losing too much speed. Power is definitely important, but the ability to stay glued to the road and make sharp turns without skidding will be key to winning here. Alright folks, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your fancy AI car yet, now's the time to make your move before they all zoom off without you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey Naiba, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI chaos on the track. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Amy is behind the wheel of a Ferrari F40 Competition from 1989. That's a legendary car known for its speed and performance, especially in its era. It's made for racing, so it has the advantage in agility and top speed. On the other hand, Lisa Shabi's driving a 1988 Oldsmobile Cutlass SCCA. While it might be a classic in its own right, it's not exactly built for racing, especially against a car like the 40. Given the powertrain and design differences, I'd bet Amy's Ferrari has this race in the bag. The Ferrari's speed and handling will probably give her the edge, even if Lisa Shibi is a solid driver. But hey, with AI involved, anything can happen. And who doesn't love a little underdog story? Alright folks, Gina Jones is kicking things off from the front in her classic 1986 Toyota Celica IMSA G20. She's got pole position at the Okayama Piper track. Let's see if that vintage charm can outpace the others. Gina Jones is leading the race right now, followed closely by Jackal in second place and Frag Out holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Fragu is now in second place. Stankit has moved up to third. Jackal and Aussie 2002 are nose-to-nose for fourth. Jackal is climbing to fourth place. Maya just moved up to fifth. Aussie 2002 and Maya are nose-to-nose for fifth. Stankit is now in second place, climbing one spot. Lisa Shibi is also moving up one spot to seventh. Amy and Lisa Shibi are still battling closely for seventh place. Cloudy is climbing up to 13th place. Beans Streams and Meg's Boring Life are still locked in their close fight for 15. La Croissant 1980 is advancing to 19. Sophie is climbing up to 13th place. Silhouette is also moving up to 16th place. Bean Streams and Silhouette are nose-to-nose for that 16th spot. Lisa Shibi advances to 6th place. Naiba and Amy are locked in a close fight for 8. Bean Streams climbs to 16. Stankit and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce fight for 1st place. Maya has just overtaken someone to move into 4th. Lisa Shibi is also climbing up to 5th. Ozzy Uten 2 and Jackal are nose to tail for 6th place. No move for life. Just sneaked into 10th. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 11. Ozzy 2, Tendon 2, and Ivy are nose to tail for 7th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on the top 10, now in 11. Lisa Shibi just overtook someone to move into the top 4. Maya and Lisa Shibi are nose to tail for that 4th spot. Naibe is chipping away at Jackal, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Lisa Shibi is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but she's still quite behind the leaders. She might be saving her tires for a late surge. Wolf of Eco is driving a 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They are currently in 25th place, just ahead of Gabby the Minimap. Their lap time is solid but not quite enough to climb higher. Ostserat is driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier, currently in 22nd place. They're just ahead of the last few racers but still fighting to move up. Lisa Shibi and Frago are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Aussie Dwu 2002 just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Amy and Jackal are battling fiercely for 8. Lisa Shibi just gained 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Naiba has moved up 1 spot, sitting in 5th. Move for Life and Amy are nose to nose for 9th. Looks like a close fight there. Amy just overtook someone to climb to 8th place. Move for Life and Jackal are still nose to nose for 9th. Cloudy is chopping down Sophie's lead, now just 1 second behind. Aussie 2002 is right behind me now, closing in fast. Move for Life just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Sophie is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Stankit is now in 1st place. Naiba and Fragot are nose to nose for 4th. Scott Dixon has climbed to 10th. Maya just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Naiba and Maya are still nose to nose for that position. Hingle Me Kringleberry is climbing up to 11th, inching closer to the pack. Naiba advances to 5th place. Aussie Dwut 2002 climbs to 6th. Silhouette and Bean Streams are neck and neck for 18. Zoe is really having a rough time dropping to 19. Cloudy just sneaked into 13th and Meg's Boring Life is right behind in 14th. Looks like Sophie needs a miracle to catch up. Wow, Stankit really pulled off a surprise victory. Guess they're the new speed king at Okayama Piper. Well done. Wow, Stankit really pulled off an impressive win. Congrats! Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the New Jersey Motorsports Park circuit, I would go with the 2011 Peugeot 908. It's got that sleek balance of speed and agility that suits the twists and turns of that track. Plus, it's been known to dominate the competition with its impressive hybrid tech and lightweight build. I mean, it's basically the Swiss Army knife of race cars in this lineup. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't made your pick yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Get those choices in before the timer runs out. Ooh, this is quite the matchup. The Cadillac Northstar L-Main P, from 2001, is a classic, but it's getting a bit long in the tooth for a high-speed race like this. The Bentley Speed 8 from 2003, on the other hand, is a more modern beast with a reputation for handling curves and maintaining speed. If I had to guess based on car performance alone, I'd say Indigo Pita has a slight edge. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe the Cadillac will surprise us with some unexpected flair. Stay tuned. Alright, everyone. The race is on at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and Imjust Platinum is starting on pole. They're driving a 2001 Cadillac Northstar LMP. Classic choice for a start. Let's see if they can hold that lead or if the others will catch up. Imjust Platinum has shot off the line and taken the lead. Imjust Platinum is holding strong in second place, right behind. Indigo Pate is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the front runners. Gina Jones is climbing to fourth place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in fifth. Scott Dixon has moved up to seventh. Gina Jones is climbing to third place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Indigo Pete, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy is making her way up to 8th place. Jacko is dropping like a stone to 15. Hingle McCringleberry and Indigo Pete are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th. Scott Dixon and Sophie are locked in a close scrap for 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Sophie is closing in on Indigo Pete, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Scott Dixon and Sophie are locked in a tight duel for 6th place. Scott Dixon just sneaked into 6th place. Summer Boy is closing in on Mission Man, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Naturally Milky and Sunboard Boy are nose to tail for 11th. Maya takes the lead, climbing to 1st place. Gina Jones is right behind, trying to hold on to 2nd. Imjust Platinum is closing in on Gina, making this a tight battle for 2nd place. Imjust Platinum is now in 1st place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 5th. Naturalium Lucky is in 11th. Sunboard Bowie just snuck into the top 11. Cloudy and Dar Rogue are nose-to-nose for the 18th spot. Imjust Platinum is comfortably leading and looking unstoppable. Indigo Pate is a bit off the pace but still in 2nd. Unless something dramatic happens, the race is pretty much wrapped up for the top 2. Maya just overtook Imjust Platinum and is now in the lead. The race for first is heating up with Maya and Imjust Platinum battling it out. Imjust Platinum takes the lead, now in 1st place. Scott Dixon is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Imjust Platinum is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to take this win, unless something unexpected happens. Maya just overtook the previous leader and is now in 1st place. Imjust Platinum is hanging close, not giving up that easily. Scoser Ops and Cloudy are neck and neck for the 19th spot. Looks like a good fight there. Imjust Platinum just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Amy and Sophie are still neck and neck for 7th. Move for life. And Amy are battling it out for 8th. New for Life, is climbing to 8th place. Mission Man is now 9th. Some bored boy is catching up to Amy and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Wow! Just Platinum took the checkered flag. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Just Platinum really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on the win! And for the drivers still in the game, Scott Dixon showed some serious skills with the most overtakes, so he's in the running for that amazing 2003 Panos LMP V01 Roadster S. That's a classic! Keep racing everyone, the next one could be yours. Sure thing. Did you know that the Bridgehampton track is famous for its challenging turns and scenic views? It once hosted some of the most exciting sports car races in the 1960s. Honestly, it's like the NASCAR of the fancy car world. Beautiful, but with a few surprises around every corner. Alright everyone. The clock is ticking down and soon it will be too late to pick your favorite car. So if you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time to jump in and shout it out before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss your chance to cheer for the ultimate AI racing machine. Hey Deplorable Apple, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the driver's seat. Ready to watch some AI cars burn rubber? Ooh, this is an interesting matchup. Scott Dixon in a classic AMC Javelin versus Sovi in a Ford Capri-R 3100. Both cars have their own charm and quirks. The Javelin has that muscle car vibe with some weight behind it, while the Capri is known for agility and a sporty feel. Considering Bridgehampton's twists and turns, I might lean towards Sovi's Ford for its supposed nimbleness. But hey, with AI drivers anything can happen. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright folks, deplorably Apple is leading the pack from pole in that classic 1966 Porsche 906. Looks like vintage vibes are strong at the start, but let's see if it can hold on to that spot. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead. Deplorably Apple is holding strong in second. And Scrooge Champ is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. DCK Bet0 just overtook someone to take 5th place. Move for Life and DCC Kiwi Zeros are still nose to nose for 5th. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th. Maya and Move for Life are nose to tail for 6th place. Rumi Fizz 13 is climbing up to 13th. Cap Holster is making a move to 21st. Exclusivagox is making a move. Now in 26th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya has climbed to 6th place, gaining 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in 7th, also up 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry and I are neck and neck for 6th place. Imus Gordon just gained 1 spot to move into 13th. Cloudy is also climbing up 1 spot to 21st. Screwed Champ and Deplorable Apple are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained 1 position and is now in 6th. Maya is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry for 6th place. Scrooge Champ is climbing to 2nd place. Sovi is now 3rd. Imus Gordon is making a move to 13th. Looks like Imus Gordon and Amy are nose to nose for 12th. Imus Gordon just moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Looks like he's closing in on Amy in that scrap for 12. Cap Holster and T-Bone are nose to tail for 19. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. T-Bone is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 28. Romeo Fizz 13 is climbing up 1 spot to 13. Celestia Linari is gaining on Ebony Shadow, closing the gap by 1 second. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 6th place. Story Forge just gained 1 spot to sit in 22nd. Ready Active Vixen and Story Forge are battling hard for 22nd. Hingle McCringleberry is having a tough time, dropping 9 places to 15. Maya is climbing up to 6th place, inching closer. New for Life is also moving up 1 spot to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is dropping like a stone, now in 22nd place. Jackal is climbing steadily, grabbing the 7th spot. Architect is closing in on Gina Jones, shrinking the gap by over a second. Those two are locked in a tight duel for 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is on a roll, climbing 7 spots to 15. Jackal is creeping closer to me, closing the gap by a full second. Architect just moved up one spot to 9th. Architect is gaining on New for Life and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Imus Gordon is making a move on Gina Jones, closing in by 2 seconds. Unstabil and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Architect moves up one spot to 8th place. Raditero Activivixen is closing in on its Therapur and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. Exclusivagox advances one spot to 22nd place. DET, KDT Rockets and Deplorably Apple are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Imise is closing in on Bichizero, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on T-Bone, closing the distance by 2 seconds. DKPB Zerogrids is climbing to 4th place. Maya is now in 5th. Jacko is cutting the distance to Deplorablepel by 1.3 seconds, so they're closing in. Celestial Inari is racing a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I, a classic lightweight British sedan. They're currently in the 19th position, struggling with lap times around 2 minutes, which isn't helping their race. Deplorably Apple and Maya are nose to nose for 5th place. Imus Gordon is chipping away at Gina Jones, closing the gap by over a second. Ebony Shadow is climbing up to 15th, leaving someone behind. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Guess he's still got it. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow! Scott Dixon really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning the race and earning that classic 1969 AMC Javelin. That's quite the prize for some high-speed virtual action. Who's going to be the lucky driver claiming it next? If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the four-layering Indy circuit, I'd probably go with the 1997 Mitsubishi Gito Twin Turbo L. It's got the power and torque to handle those twists and turns. Plus the twin-turbo setup means it's likely to have a good burst of speed when it needs it. Plus, with a bit of driving finesse, I think it would outpace most of these competitors on that kind of track. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Pick your car now if you want to see it race. Don't leave me hanging with a blank stare while they start the engines. Oh, this is a classic battle of the charm and agility. The Nissan 180 Type X sounds like a wild card with its rear-wheel drive. And that turbocharged engine. It could definitely pull off some impressive maneuvers if driven with confidence. On the other hand, the Honda Integra Type R is known for its nimbleness and precision, especially on a track like Forley Ring Indy. It's likely to excel in tight corners and quick acceleration. Honestly, if Silent Fox 213 can harness the power and handle the turbo well, they might have a slight edge. But Gina Jones Honda has a reputation for razor-sharp handling, so don't count it out just yet. I'd say it's a close call, but I'm leaning toward the Honda for that perfect blend of control and speed. Let's see how they perform. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at the Forley Ring Indy track with the slowest cars around. And leading the pack is Lil Sprout in a 1996 Peugeot 106 Rally is 2. We'll see if that tiny car can hold off the others or if it's just a fancy lawn ornament. Lil Sprout has taken an early lead with Fuso right behind in second place. The Threlani is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Fuso is now in first place after a quick move up. Lil Sprout is right behind him, and they are battling fiercely for the lead. Vargala Svet and Vethrelin are also nose-to-nose for third place, making this race quite the close contest. Move for Life just overtook 3 cars in a flash to climb to 22nd. Hingle McCringleberry nudging into 9th, inching past Girl of Diamond. Girl of Diamond and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 9th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing to 8th place. Amy is now 12th. Rosaris has moved into 16th. Bethralina just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. No for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for the 20th position. Lil Sprout is just holding off Bethralina by a car length. Girl of Diamond and Platinum Era are wheel to wheel for 8th place, no one giving an inch. North for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 20th. Looks like they're not done fighting yet. Vagala Svet has just overtaken for 3rd place. Yagishad is also climbing, now in 4th. Lil Sprout and Jamacat are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 7th. Bethralina has just taken the lead, moving up 1 place. Buotso and Bethralina are nose to tail, battling for the top spot. Buotso and Bethralina are nose to nose for the lead. N-Body Notes and Lil Sprout are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Girl of Diamond just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Smurf20 is making a nice climb up to 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Girl of Diamond are nose to nose for 7th. BioArt is gaining ground, now in 10th. Amy just gained a spot to 8th place. Bio is narrowing the gap to Hingle McCringleberry by 1.7 seconds. The Lightning Thief has moved up to 20th place. Girl of Diamond is gaining on N-Body Notes, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Silent Fox 213 and Platinum Era are neck and neck for the 14th spot. I am closing in on Rosaurus, cutting the distance by 1.2 seconds. N-Body Notes is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has moved up 2 spots and is now in 6th. They are close together, battling for 5th place. Vagala Svet is now in 2nd place. Amy has climbed to 5th. Girl of Diamond is in 7th. The race is heating up. Buotso is climbing to 2nd place. Girl of Diamond is now in 6th. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 8th. New for Life is closing in on Otelatorius, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Lightning Thief has moved up 1 spot to 17. Scott Dixon has also gained 1 position, now in 19. Looks like Scott Dixon and Platinum Era are locked in a tight fight for 18th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. BioArt is also moving up to 8th. Smurf20 and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 10th. Smurf20 and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 10th place. The Lightning Thief is inching closer to Maya, chopping down the gap by over a second. Jackal just sneaked past someone to climb into the 20th spot. Vargalestet climbs to second place. Jmagishat is closing in on Fuso, now just over a second apart. The battle for third is heating up. Amy is right behind Jmagicat now. Looks like a move could be coming soon. Deplorably, Apple is gaining on New for life. The gap is shrinking fast. No overtakes yet, but the tension is building. Wow, Bethralene just took the victory. Looks like someone was born to win. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Bethralene really outdid everyone and took the victory. Nice work, what a race. And congratulations to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. Claim that 1993 BMW M3E36. That car is a classic, perfect for cruising or showing off. Looks like someone's about to upgrade their garage. Sure thing. The 1952 Kuzma Offie is actually a vintage race car that hails from the golden era of American open-wheel racing. Fun fact is that it was built by the Kuzma and Offenhauser companies, which teamed up to create some of the most dominant racing engines of that time. This car was known for its impressive speed and agility, making it a real thrill to watch on the track. It's like the vintage version of a speed demon, just with a lot more brass and style. Wow, such a vintage showdown! The Kuzma Offie has that old-school charm and raw power, but the Ferrari 375 Indy is probably more agile and refined. Given the track and the cars, I'd say a better bloke has the edge, especially because the Ferrari is known for its impressive handling. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Let's see which classic car will take the crown in this race. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Horsma Raceway Trophy, and leading the pack on pole is the legendary classic IndyCar class. It's none other than the vintage 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. Talk about a blast from the past leading the charge. Let's see if it can hold up against the modern competition. Architect has taken the lead right out of the gate. Sovi is holding strong in second place, while Emerald Tick 988 is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Emertic 398 just overtook someone to take second place. A Beta Bloke is climbing up to 10th. Dragoo and a Beta Bloke are nose to nose for 9th. Big Gold Nerd is climbing to 7th place. Dragoot is now 9th. Cyrorelia has moved into 11th. The race is heating up. Ebony Shadow is climbing 2 spots to take 6th place. Icar 77 and Big Gold Nerd are locked in a close fight for 7th. Betsmar and Margutsu are battling it out for 15th. Dozerups is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones and Skozerods are nose to tail for that position. Big Gold Nerd is also moving up to 6th place. Looks like a tight fight for the middle of the pack. Gina Jones is making a move up to 4th place. Big Gold Nerd is closing in on Skozerobzi, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Luke Saravanus is climbing to 18th place. Nigutsu advances to 14th place. Gliding Penguin also moves up to 19th place. Luke's Ravenous and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail for 18th. Cyrorelia is climbing up to 11th place. Move for Life and Cyrorelia are still nose to nose for 11th. Jackal is making a move to 23rd. Skozerops and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 4th place. Dragoo and Icar 77 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Cyrorelia just gained 1 spot and is now 10th. Skozerops is climbing up to 4th place. Scott Dixon and Jackal are nose to nose for 23rd. G-Maxite and Muttwolf are locked in a close fight for 25th. Cyrorelia is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy, which is a classic but not the fastest today. They're currently in 11th place, so their race looks steady but not spectacular. Dozerops is closing in on Sovi fast enough to make it a tight race for 3rd place. Dragoot is making a move, climbing up to 8th place. Skozerops just overtook someone to claim 3rd place. Sovi and Skozerops are nose to nose for that spot. Yingdel McCringleberry is climbing up to 11th. Skozerops is closing in on Emerald Tick 398, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Betsmar is climbing up to 15th place. Zerotimnevis is making a move to 26th. Emerald Tick 398 is driving a 1963 Agachani and Watson. Looks like they're holding 2nd place, probably enjoying a smooth ride, while others are battling behind. Skozerops is closing in on Emerald Tick 398, the gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. Big Gold Nerd is climbing up to 5th place. Dragoo is making a move to 7th. Sovi is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Cyrorelia is gaining on Ebony Shadow, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. No for Life is making moves, jumping 2 spots to 11. Zirarelia is chipping away at Ebony Shadow's lead, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Zademoji Jamis is climbing up to 16th place. Down Talkwest is making a move to 20th place. Skozer Ops is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. They're currently in 5th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Amy just made a bold move to take the lead, leaving 21 cars behind. Architect and Amy are now nose to nose for the top spot. Megutsu and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for the 13th position. Architect is now in 1st place. Emerald Take 398 has moved up to 2nd. Zovi is climbing to 3rd. The top 3 are all making moves. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Megutsu is climbing up to 13th place. A better bloke is just behind at 14th place. Amy is way back in 29th place. Looks like she's having a rough day. Well, look at that. Architect just crossed the finish line first. Guess all those blueprints paid off in the race too. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic victory for Architect. Congratulations on winning the race. You really showed everyone what you're made of. Looks like all that planning and designing paid off on the track. Great job and well deserved. Sure thing. Did you know that the 2016 Callaway Corvette C7 GT3R was built with a focus on racing agility? It's basically a street car that decided to go full-on race mode with a lightweight body and advanced aerodynamics. Though, if it ever decided to take a break from racing, it might just forget how to drive smoothly on the street. Alright everyone, you've got just a few seconds left to pick your favorite car. Make your choices quick before the race starts and your chance to influence the chaos ends. Both cars have their strengths, but in this race at Apricot Hill, I'd say Weifuan, with the Radical RXC Turbo G3, might have the edge. That Radical is built for speed and agility, especially around those tight corners. Zoe's Toyota GT86 GT3 is no slouch either, but the Radical's turbocharged power should give it a very noticeable boost on the straights. It's going to be a fun battle to watch. Alright, everyone, we're kicking off at Apricot Hill with the GT3 cars. Forte Afro is starting on pole, steering a 2018 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution. Let's see if that rally-inspired beast can hold the lead. Scott Dixon has taken the lead right out of the gate. Forte Afro is holding strong in second place. Sovi is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Dolce Dawn in E1 is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 22nd place. Weifuana is advancing 1 spot to third. Weifuan and Forte Afro are nose to tail for second place. Zovi's climbing up to third place. Story Forge is sneaking into 7th. Ice and its Therapy are locked in a close fight for 8th. Ice is climbing up to 8th place. Jackal and its Therapy are nose to nose for 9th. Gyogi Numericals and Gary 17 are locked in a close fight for 16th. Jackal is climbing to 8th place. Gyogi Numericals is now 17. The Caillou has moved into 21st. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing up to 4th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is advancing to 23rd. Yes, Nin 196 and Cloud Surfer 69 are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Gina Jones and New for Life are neck and neck for 12th place. Cover is inching up 1 spot to 24th. Yesnin 196 and Cover are locked in a close fight for 24th. Sovi and Forte Afro are neck and neck for 2nd place. Weifuana and Red Panda Manatee 4 are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Ice is climbing up the field, now in 7th after a smooth move. Jackal moves up 1 spot to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry also advances 1 position, now in 9th. Story Forge and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 9th place. Kilo Julieta is climbing up to 18th place. Cover is advancing to 23rd place. Emir Pinkwolf is making his way to 28th place. Ice and Aim are nose to tail for 6th place. Gyoguna Miracles just snuck past someone to claim 15th. Ice is climbing up to 5th place. Maya is now in 13th after moving up 1 spot. It's Therapar and Maya on nose to nose for the 13th spot. Sovi and Fourth Afro are nose to nose for 2nd place. Ice and Red Panda Man in T4 are also fighting hard for 4th. Jackal is closing the gap on Amy by a second in a bit, so things are heating up. Clouds are for 69, and Koba are nose to tail for 23rd. Arlo Ghost is sneaking up to 25th, 1 spot at a time. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Guess he's still got it. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Scott Dixon really pulled it off. Big congratulations to him on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. And for those of you claiming Cars Jackal, you absolutely crushed the fastest lap. You've earned that fantastic 2018 Bentley Continental GT3. Sovi, you also took the win on the bet race, so you get that sleek 2015 Toyota GT86 GT3. Great job to both of you. Here's a fun fact for you. In the 1980s, supercars racing cars were basically the rock stars of the track. They were built with turbocharged V8 engines that could rev up to jaw-dropping speeds. Imagine a car that sounds like a jet taking off and has enough power to make your head spin. And these machines were often covered in bright, bold colors and wild graphics that would make a modern car designer jealous. It was the era where speed and style collided in the most spectacular way possible, making those races totally unforgettable. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now, before the racing robots get set to go. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Alright, so we've got Papa KC in a classic Audi Sport Quattro versus Hingle McCringleberry in a Ferrari 288 GTO. Both of these cars are legendary in their own right. The Audi is known for its agility and quirkiness, especially with that iconic four-wheel drive system, but is not exactly a speed monster compared to the Ferrari. The GTO, on the other hand, is a purebred supercar with that twin-turbo V8 and a reputation that screams speed and dominance. Given the track, New Jersey Motorsports Park, which has a mix of tight corners and straightaways, I'd say the Ferrari has the edge, especially with its superior horsepower and handling in straight. The Audi might pull some clever moves in the twisty sections, but I'd put my chips on the Ferrari to take the win. Let's see if the AI can prove me wrong though. Always fun when a quirky old Audi surprises us. Alright everyone, the race is underway at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Up front we have True or False in a classic 1984 Audi Sport Quattro kicking off on pole. Let's see if that vintage power can hold off the pack. True or False has taken an early lead, followed closely by Bedazzler in second. Nuva Life is holding on to third for now. Looks like a tight start. Tokido Kibre is climbing up to third place. Jackal is also moving up to 8th place. Gina Jones and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 8th. Imbus Platinum is now in 9th place, closing the gap. Vodka Morning has moved into 11th position. Papakasi has climbed into 13th. The race is heating up. Jekyll is climbing up to 7th place. Gina Jones and Imdus Platinum are nose-to-nose for 9th. Orange Funk and Papa KC are locked in a close fight for 13th. Yesnin 196 is now in 4th place. Gina Jones has moved into 9th position. Bot Gamoneng is gaining on Imdust Platinum, closing the gap by a second. 1. Imdust Platinum is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Vodka Morning is also making moves, grabbing 8th after passing 3. Papa Katesi is storming through, taking 9th after overtaking 4 cars. Ren Kaori is climbing fast to take 4th place. Orange Funk is making a move to 9th. Amy is sneaking into 12th. Papa Katesi is driving an Audi Sport Quattro from 1984. They're currently in the 11th place, so they're making steady progress but still have some cars to pass. Ren Kaori is closing in on Tokido Kibri fast, just 9:30 seconds behind now. Gina Jones is climbing up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Lithocarp is really having a rough time, dropping 6 places to 20. Sylvie is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over 6 seconds. Yesnin 196 just gained a spot and is now in 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Yasnin 96 is right behind Takidokabri now, just a second and a bit separating them. Amy has climbed up to 11th place. Ashen Ariton is closing in on Mattis very fast, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Orange Funk is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still in the middle of the pack. He needs to find a way to turn that speed into positions. Yesnin 196 is gaining on Takidokibri, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Orange Funk and Botka Morning are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Lithocarp is chipping away at Scott Dixon, narrowing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Yes, 996 is climbing to 3rd place. Oranjefunk is making a move to 7th. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Vodka Moaning, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Tokido Kibri is climbing to 3rd place. Gina Jones is also moving up to 9th. Vodka Moaning and Gina are nose to nose for 9th. Kyosify is closing in on Mudwolf fast, just 9.5 seconds behind now. Maya is climbing up to 13th place. Asheneritin has moved up to 16. Zufik is closing in fast on Maya, now just 5.2 seconds behind. Orangefunk has climbed 1 spot into 6th place. New Rule for Life and Orangefunk are now battling it out for 6th place. Wow! True or False really pulled off the victory. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow! True or False really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on winning the race, you deserved it. And a huge shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for smashing the fastest lap. You can now claim that stunning 1984 Ferrari 288G. T.O. and Amy, your aggressive overtaking skills earned you the 1987 Porsche 959. Well done to both of you. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking and I don't want anyone to miss out on the fun. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright. Fun fact about the 1965 Ferrari 1512 is that it was actually designed to be a Formula One car during a period when Ferrari was trying to stay competitive in racing. This car had a V12 engine that was quite the beast for its time, and it was a bit of a test bed for Ferrari's engineering prowess. It's like the classic example of Ferrari saying we got this, and then delivering a machine that looks as stunning as it is fast. Oh wow, what a classic showdown. The Lola Mark IV Climax from 1962 versus the Porsche 804 from the same year. This is like watching vintage cars compete in a time capsule race. Honestly, the Lola has a reputation for being quite nimble and lightweight, which could give it an edge on a shorter track like Franciacorta. But the Porsche 804, with its refined engineering and aerodynamic design, might just have the speed and stability it needs to squeeze ahead. If I had to put my money down, I'd say the Porsche might just edge out the Lola, thanks to its slightly more advanced design for its time. But you never know with these classic cars. It could be a photo finish. Let's see how they handle the twists and turns. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Autodromo di Franciacorta short track. Stankitt is starting on pole, piloting a classic 1962 Porsche 804 Dio. This should be interesting. Will the vintage beast hold the lead or crumble under pressure? Stankitt has shot off the line into first place. New for Life is holding strong in second while Gina Jones is hanging on in third. Looks like a pretty tight start. Akvaithi just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Sovi and Akvaithi are still nose to nose for that spot. Shotskis is gaining ground, climbing to ninth. Shotskis and Baycorn are fighting hard for eighth. Jekyll is making a quick climb up to 13th place. Tugonnet DTV is dropping back, and now sits in 21st. Sovi is inching closer to the top four. Baycorn better watch out. Amy's right behind now. Husky Hug is climbing steadily, creeping into the top 20. Tugonnet DTV is closing the distance on Cloudy, not letting that gap get any bigger. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 6th place. Shotskis is now 7th. Bjorn Art is making a move to 11th. Ingle, McCringleberry just nudged Scott Dixon out of the way, and now they're neck and neck for 15th. Looks like a little bump and grind for that spot. Gaudi's driving a Cooper T77, which is known for its agility. They're currently in the last place, so the race isn't exactly going their way. Maya is currently in 11th place, driving a Ferrari 1512. Looks like she's making some moves but still has some ground to cover. Jude Smokey Blunt is driving a 1965 Cooper T77. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, stuck in 15th place with no lap times recorded. Jackal is racing a 1965 Cooper T77, a car known for its agility and classic design. They're currently in the 13th place, just behind the leaders, with a best lap time of 17.341. Looks like they're trying to catch up but still have some ground to make up. Bacon is driving a Porsche 804 from 1962. Their race looks steady, currently in 8th place, with a lap time just over a minute and 7 seconds. Scott Dixon is driving a Brabham BT3 from 1963. He's currently in the middle of the pack, in 15th place, and his fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like he's struggling to keep up. Deplorably, Apple is sitting comfortably in 6th and just set the fastest lap, so he's clearly pushing for a late charge. Deplorable Apple is holding the fastest lap, but is still in 6th. Looks like he's got the pace but needs to find a way around those ahead. Scott Dixon is racing a 1963 Brabham BT3J. He's currently in the 15th place, struggling a bit with a lap time of 1 minute 7 seconds, 6:27. Looks like he's having a tough time catching up. Cloudy's driving a Cooper T77, a classic car from 1965. They're currently in the 20th place, just ahead of Husky Hog. Looks like a steady but slow race for them so far. The F1 1960 cars are tightly packed, showing the track favors close racing. The short circuit keeps the speeds high and overtakes quick, but no one's pulling away yet. Cloudy just nudged ahead of Learussell for 19th place. They're nose to nose in this tight battle. Deplorable Apple is holding a solid 6th place with the fastest lap, but he's got some work to do to catch the leaders. Deplorably Apple is driving a Lotus 2.5 from 1962, a classic that's known for its innovative monocoque chassis. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady with a lap time just over 1 minute 6 seconds. Not bad, but they might want to pick up the pace if they want to challenge the leaders. Deplorable Apple is holding the fastest lap, but is still in 6th. Looks like he's saving the pace for a late push. Sylvie is driving a Ferrari 1512 from 1965. Their race looks solid with a quick lap of 6.104, putting them in 6th place. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow, Stankit really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. They definitely earned it with that performance. And congratulations to Deplorable Apple for grabbing the fastest lap. They can now claim the classic 1962 Lotus 2.5, a truly iconic piece of racing history. Looks like some great rewards for some of our top contenders today. Sure thing. Did you know that before the days of high-tech engines and fancy aerodynamics, street cars racing in the 1960s and earlier often relied on sheer brute force and a bit of luck? Back then, some racers would even modify their cars with homemade parts or use supercharged engines borrowed from aircraft. Imagine racing down the street in a car that was basically a DIY project with a turbo car just slapped on. It was a wild time where racing was more about daring and ingenuity than perfect engineering. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up. So make sure to get your choice in before it's too late. Don't let your dream car miss out on the race of the century. Wow, what a matchup! We've got Riswachingyo in a classic 1951 Ferrari 212 Export, a car that screams elegance and speed from a golden era. On the other hand, Majiko Balaik is behind the wheel of a 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1, which is more of a muscle car icon. Given the vintage race and the characteristics of these cars, I would guess that the Ferrari might have the edge in agility and handling, especially on a technical track like Jerez. The Corvette is powerful but might struggle with the finesse needed around tight corners. So, my money's on Riswachingyo to take this one, but don't count out the Corvette entirely. It's got muscle, and might just surprise us with a burst of speed if the AI gets it right. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Jerez GP, with Sovi on pole and in 1953, Fiat 850 Supersonic. That's right, a vintage beauty leading the pack in this wild AI showdown. Let's see if history can outpace the modern crowd. Sovi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place, and Scorched Log is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming. Lock Jones 7 is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 10th. Gina Jones is closing in, moving up 4 spots to 17th. Scorched Log is now second, gaining 1 position. Jackal is slicing through the field to take 4th place. Kolmetwi is making a move, climbing to 17th. Shattered Pixel is inching up to 3rd, just 1 spot behind the leaders. La Croissant 1980 is climbing up to 6th place. Kolmetwi is closing in on Starbucks, the gap shrinking by over a second. The battle for 16th place is getting intense between Kolmetwi and Starbucks. Maya is charging through the field, now in 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jekyll is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place after gaining 2 spots. Jackal and Sovi are locked in a fierce duel for the lead, trading paint and positions. Jackal is now in 1st place. Gina Jones has moved up to 13th. Nelly Starks and Gina Jones are battling closely for the 13th spot. La Croissant 1980 and Scorched Log are nose to tail for 4th place. Scott Dixon and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for 6th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 12th, leaving some behind. La Croissant 1980 is climbing to 4th place. Scott Dixon is making a move to 5th. Lockdown 7 is inching up to 8th. Risvatingo is now in 7th place, climbing fast. Two on It TTV is right behind, catching up. New for Life is making a strong push, moving into 9th. The battle for the middle is heating up. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 5 cars. Lockdown 7 is making a move, passing 6 cars to settle into 8th. Majakoblai is storming through the field, overtaking 11 cars to reach 10th. Maya is on a roll, climbing up to 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. La Croissant 1980 is making steady progress, now in 3rd. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Scott Dixon, less than a second now. They're nose to tail for 5th place. Gina Jones is climbing fast, now in 4th place. Lockdown 7 is making progress now, in 6th. And I am sneaking up to 11th, trying to catch some action. Gina Jones is driving a 1963 Ferrari 250 LM, a classic beauty known for its sleek design and racing pedigree. She's currently in 5th place, which is pretty impressive considering the vintage field. Looks like she's holding her own but still has some ground to make up. Maria Kobleich is now in 9th place. Maya has advanced to 10th. Wolf's Light is now in 13th. The race is heating up with some steady climbing. La Croissant 1980 is climbing nicely into 2nd place. Maya and Maria Kobleich are nose to tail for 9th. Looks like a little bump and grind coming up. Wolf's Light is on the move, climbing up to 9th place after overtaking 4 cars. Ingo McCringleberry is also making a charge, passing 5 cars to settle in 10th. Scorched Log is having a rough time, dropping back 7 spots to 15. Sovi is on a roll, climbing from way back to 7th place in no time. Scorched Log is also making moves, pushing through to 9th. Tugon at DTV and Amy are locked in a close fight for 13th. Looks like sparks will fly there. Gina Jones is climbing up to 2nd place. I see. Maya is making her way to 7th. Tugon at DTV is inching closer to the top 15. Shattered Pixel is driving a Chevrolet Chevy 2 Nova SS from 1966. They're currently in 4th place, holding a solid position, but their lap time of 2 minutes and 25 seconds suggests they're not pushing the limits today. Gina Jones is really turning up the heat on Jackal. Maya is just a blink behind Lockdown 7 now. Wolf's Light is climbing the ladder, claiming 8th place. Jackal is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this vintage streetcar race under control. Wow, look at that. Jackal just took the checkered flag. Nice job. Looks like all that practice paid off. Wow. Jackal took the victory. Big congratulations to you. That was a solid race. And Gina Jones, great job snagging the fastest lap. You're now in the running to claim that gorgeous 1963 Ferrari 250 LM. Fingers crossed you get to add that vintage beauty to your collection. Alright, here's a fun fact about Suzuka. Did you know it's one of the few racetracks in the world that's built as a figure eight? It's like the track decided to do a little dance move, crossing over itself. It's pretty clever because it keeps it exciting and challenging for the drivers. Plus that iconic 130er corner is one of the fastest turns in racing. So if you love high-speed drama, Suzuka's your place to be. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the race starts. Don't want to miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite machine. Hurry up and make your choice. Hey, Krinoya! Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Wow! This is like a race of the underdog versus the slightly more established contender. The Buckybird with the 2011 SCGP 45 competition. Sounds like it's got some serious Italian flair and a good mix of style and speed. On the other hand, Gina Jones with the 2010 Maytech Ford GTG1 might have the edge in raw power. But it's a year older. I'd say it's going to come down to how well the cars handle Suzuka's twists and turns. The Power 5 is lightweight and agile, perfect for tight corners. The Ford GT1 could be a little more brute force, which might work against it on a track like Suzuka. I'm leaning toward Buckybird's car taking it, but don't count Gina out. Sometimes power wins the day, especially if she can keep it smooth. Who do you think has the edge here? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Suzuka, and leading the pack is Krinoya in pole position. He's cruising in a 24 Maserati MC12 GT1, so let's see if that vintage vibe can hold off the competition. Krinoya is leading the race. followed closely by Chawson's Coast in second place. I am currently in third place, holding on to that spot for now. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Scott Dixon has gained 2 spots and is now in 6th. Negutsu and Scott Dixon are nose to tail, fighting hard for 6th. Sovi just overtook someone to take 9th place. Looks like the battle for 9th is heating up between Sovi and Deplorable Apple. Lucky Board and New for Life are still neck and neck for 11. Lucky Board is driving a 2011 SCGP 4-5 competition. They're currently in 12th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the front. Move for Life just overtook Deplorable Apple for 10th place. Looks like they're neck and neck in this fight. Deplorable Apple is climbing up to 10th place. Wenny Taps and Bong X is making a move to 24th. Both seem to be on the rise. Negutsu just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. He and Amy are nose to nose for 5th. Scott Dixon and Murgutsu are also fighting for 6th. Looks like a crowded little pack. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place. Lil Sprout has moved up to 19th. Ren Kaori and Bacorn are locked in a close fight for 25th. Buckyboard has stormed to first place after overtaking 11 cars. Gina Jones is right behind in second after also passing 11 cars. Deplorably Apple is making a move, climbing to 4th after overtaking 7 cars. Maya is slicing through the field, now in second place. Josin's Coast is hot on her heels in third. Jackal is making a move, climbing to 4th. The top 3 are shaping up to be a tight race. Lil Sprout is driving an Aston Martin Vantage GT4 from 2010. They're currently in the 18th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly storming the front. Kyroscope is driving a 2010 BMW M3 GT4. They're currently in 21st place, so the race isn't exactly going smoothly. Looks like a tough fight ahead to climb up. Hingle Mac Ringleberry and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 7th place. Archer on a 92 is slicing through the field, now just 2 seconds behind Lil Sprout. Tylodromes 31 is driving a 2015 Nissan 370Z Nissan GT4. They're currently in 15th place, so they're holding a decent position, but still have room to climb up. Negutsu is storming to the front, now in first place after overtaking 5 cars. Amy is climbing fast, now in second after passing 3 cars. Scott Dixon is also on the move, now in third after overtaking 4 cars. Kernoya is on a roll, climbing to first place after overtaking 6 cars. Maya is not far behind, grabbing second after passing 7 cars. Chosen's Coast is making a strong push, moving into third after overtaking 5 cars. Gina Jones is climbing to 10th place. Buckyboard is now 11th. Deplorable has moved into 12th. The race is heating up. Sovi just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Krinoya and Sovi are nose to tail for first place. New for Life and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 9th. Wow! Krinoya just took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to leave the others in the dust. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Krinoya for the victory. You really showed those cars who's boss. And with the fastest lap too. You're clearly on fire today. Now, for the rest of the races, it's your turn to shine. Gina Jones, you won the bet race, so you get to claim that sleek 2010 Maytech Ford GTG1. Nice work. Inga McCringleberry, you outdid everyone with the most overtakes. That's some serious skill. The 2004 Chrysler Viper GTSR is yours to take home. Great race, everyone. This was a wild ride. Stay tuned, more AI car madness coming right up. Alright everyone, we've got just a few seconds left to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. So if you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time where you might end up with whatever the AI decides for you. Get those picks in before it's too late. Alright, so we're looking at the Haas F16 versus the Red Bull RB12, both from 2016. The Haas was a solid contender that season, but definitely not a frontrunner. The Red Bull on the other hand, had some real speed and was often up front. Given the choices, I'd put my money on Deplorable Apple and the Red Bull. The car just had that extra edge back in 2016. But hey, you never know. Silhouette's Haas might surprise us if the AI gets creative. So, my bet is Deplorably Apple in the Red Bull taking the checkered flag first. Alright everyone, it's race time at the Red Bull Ring. New for Life is starting on pole in a 2016 Haas F16. Let's see if that early lead sticks or if chaos ensues. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Blaming Buddha in second place and Jackal holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Jackal is climbing to second place. Jackal and New for Life are nose to tail for the lead. Scott Dixon and Two Kinds Flora are locked in a close fight for fourth. Jackal is now in first place. Scott Dixon and Two Kinds Flora are battling hard for fourth. Sotsfired has moved up to 10th. Scott Dixon is climbing to fourth place. Rome Spider and Otaliatorius are nose to nose for sixth. Shikumaru is inching up to 11th. Young Chubby Panda is climbing one spot to 7th place. Rome Spider and Young Chubby Panda are nose to tail for 7th. Broxworth is inching up to 12th. Spikles just sliced through the field, now in 4th place. Tukins Flora and Otter Lartorius are nose to tail for 6th. Nishim Nan and Zotsfired are locked in a close fight for 10th. Scott Dixon has climbed to 4th place. Blaming Buddha and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 3rd. Otaliatorius is now in 5th, inching closer to the front. Spikles is closing in on Papa KC fast, just 5.4 seconds behind now. Scott Dixon has moved up one spot to take 3rd place. Rome Spider is also climbing, up one position to 7. Zotsfired is climbing up to 8th place. Tukins Flora and Zotsfired are nose to nose for 8. Maya is advancing to 16. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Shikumaru is gaining 2 spots and now sits in 8th. Zotsfired and Shikumaru are nose to nose for 8th place. Brogsworth is climbing up to 10th place. Gyugun Miracles is also gaining ground, now 12. Abomzi and Deplorable Apple are locked in a fierce fight for 17. Brogsworth is climbing to 8th place. Gina Jones and Quimanda are both inching closer to the top 20, now sitting in 19th and 20th respectively. Maya and Kazuma Girl are neck and neck for 14th place. Deplorable and Silhouette are fighting hard for 16th. Yates Gaming and Abomzi are locked in a close duel for 21st. Blaming Buddha is climbing up to 3rd place. Woo for Life and Blaming Buddha are nose to nose for that spot. Shikamaru sneaking into 8th position. Shikamaru and Yamchabi Panda are nose to nose for 6th place. Maya just moved up 1 spot to 12th. Gyogin Americos and Maya are locked in a close fight for 12th. Yamchabi Panda just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Atelier Torias and Yamchabi Panda are nose to nose for 5th. Gyogin Miracles and I are locked in a close fight for 12th. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations on the win, Jackal. Looks like you're really good at this racing thing. Wow. Jackal really zoomed ahead and took the win. Great job! Now, Scott Dixon, you've got the fastest lap, so you're in the running to claim that shiny 2016 Ferrari F16H. Not too shabby for your racing resume. Here's a fun fact about the 1953 Maserati A6 GCS53. It was one of the most stylish and elegant race cars of its time, with a sleek body designed by Carrozzeria Frua. Despite its beauty, it was also a fierce competitor on the track, showcasing Maserati's blend of art and engineering. It's like the supermodel of race cars. Looks good and still packs a punch. Alright everyone, time's running out. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment to make that call. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your champion before the race kicks off. Get those choices in before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the throwback showdown. On one side, we've got Maya in a classic 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1 Oddity. That car's all about style and that vintage charm, but it's not exactly built for modern racing agility. On the other side, Hot Bolognese is behind the wheel of a 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR, which is a legendary car with a bit more racing pedigree, especially for its time. Given the track at Magny Cours and the nature of these cars, I'd say the Skyline might have the edge in handling and speed, especially on a circuit that favors agility and quick turns. The Corvette, while a beauty and a great cruiser, might struggle to keep up in the technical sections. Though, I'd lean towards the 1971 Nissan Skyline taking this one. But hey, never underestimate the power of vintage charm with some good AI driving. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Magni Cores with vintage slow cars. Amy is leading the pack in a classic 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 302. Let's see if that beauty can hold off the others. Asioroni is leading the race, followed closely by Amy in second place. Okinabaka is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Ingo McCringleberry is making a bold move, climbing 4 spots to sit in 6th place. Amy is inching closer to the top, now in second. Asuhuroni and Amy are nose to tail, fighting for the lead. Okinabaka and Asuhuroni are nose to tail for second place. Sovi just gained 2 spots and is now 7th. Hot Bolognese and Sovi are also fighting hard for 7th. Okinabaka is now in 2nd place. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up to 5th. Gina Jones is closing in on the top 10, now in 8th place. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 11th place now. King Chu of 22 is right behind him, both fighting for that same spot. Okinabaka and Amy are nose to tail at the front. Gina Jones is closing in on Maya for 6th place. Looks like a fun little scrap forming. Okinabaka and Amy are nose to tail for the lead. Hingo McCringleberry just gained a spot to 4th. Hingo McCringleberry and Asuhuroni are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Marty Freeze is making moves to 11th. Marty Freeze and King Chu 22 are nose to nose for 10th. JD Enburn and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Sovi is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Looks like JD Enburn and Sovi are about to have a little scrap for 8th. JD Enburn is climbing up to 7th place. Marty Freeze is making a move to 8th. Looks like they're both on the rise. New for Life is in 5th place, driving a vintage 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Marty Freeze just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. JD Enburn and Marty Freeze are nose to nose for that spot. King Chu 22 and Sovi are battling hard for 10th. Asuhuroni is leading in the vintage street cars with a 1972 Maserati Merak. Looks like they're holding a strong position and possibly enjoying a comfortable lead. Sovi is driving a 1974 Ford Gran Torino, a classic muscle car known for its power and style. Looks like Sovi is holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying competitive. Gina Jones and New for Life are neck and neck for 5th place. King Chu 22 just gained 1 spot to take 10th. Dovi and King Chu are battling hard for 10th place. Maya is dropping back to 15th place. Move for Life and Asuroni are nose to nose for 4th. Marty Freeze is cutting down the gap to Gina Jones by a second and a half. They are battling fiercely for 6th. Maya is on a roll, climbing from 11th to 9th place. Gina Jones is making her way up to 4th, gaining 2 spots. Marty Freeze is inching forward to 6th, moving up 1 position. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 5th place. Yede Anburn is closing in on Woofer Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. Jay Anburn and Woofer Life are neck and neck for 7th. JD Anburn is climbing up to 7th place. King Chu 22 is also moving up to 9th place. Sovi and King Chu 22 are still locked in a close fight for 9th. Yade Anburn and Asuroni are nose to nose for 6th place. Sovi just grabbed 9th and is on the move. Wolf's Light is closing in on Scott Dixon, shrinking that gap by a second and a half. Marty Freeze and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 4th place. Jade Anburn is climbing up to 6th, leaving someone behind. I'm inching closer to Jackal, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Looks like a chase is on. Wow! Okinabaka actually did it. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Okinabaka took the win. Great job to them. Looks like they really showed those other cars who's boss. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the winning streak in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the 2016 Porsche 919 Hybrid might have the edge. It's known for its incredible balance and hybrid technology that gives it a boost on circuits like Bridgehampton. The Audi R18s are also fierce competitors, but the Porsche has a reputation for being particularly nimble and responsive, which is a big plus on a track with a mix of tight turns and fast straights. The Rebellion and Toyota are tough contenders, but overall I put my money on the Porsche. Alright, this is quite the matchup. Amy in the 2018 R Engineering BR1 is definitely a formidable contender with that modern design and tech. Jackal in the 2014 Rebellion R1, on the other hand, is a bit older but still has some tricks up its sleeve. Bridgehampton has those sharp turns and long straightaways that really test the car's agility and speed. I'd say Amy's newer car might have the edge on handling and performance, but Jackal's experience and the potential for some clever maneuvering could make this race more interesting than it looks on paper. I'd lean slightly towards Amy, but don't be surprised if Jackal pulls off a surprise. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Bridgehampton with Hingle McCringleberry on pole, driving a 2018 R Engineering BR1 in the LMP1 class. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others are planning a surprise. Adiliv has shot off the line and taken the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second place. Jackal is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the front runners. Maya just overtaken Sovi and now sits in fifth place. Sovi is not giving up easily though. Rampijurf is closing in on the top 6, moving up to 7th. Trash Crashton is really having a rough time dropping to 26th place. Sovi is climbing steadily to 5th. Rampijurf is also making progress, now in 6th. Uncanny Buddy and New for Life are now neck and neck for 7th place. Looks like that battle is about to get spicy. New for Life just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Cloud and I still nose to nose for 9th. Blaming Buddha and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 12th. Jackal and Amy are neck and neck for 3rd place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 14th. Jackal is climbing to 2nd place. Sovi is also moving up 1 spot to 4th. Dovey and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 3rd. New for Life just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Amy and New for Life are nose to nose for 6th position. Gabitha Minimac and Lockjohn 7 are battling hard for 21st. Maya is closing in on Uncanny Buddy, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Gabitha Minimac is climbing up to 21st place. Dom Bush 86 is making the move to 24th. Rampijurf and Sovi are nose to nose for 4th place. Uncanny Buddy just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Cloudy also moved up 1 spot, settling into 9th. Rampijurf is climbing up to 3rd place. Sovi and Rampijurf are nose to nose for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Sovi are also locked in a close fight for 4th. new for life, is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, fast enough to make a coffee break interesting. Angan buddy just climbed one spot to 7th place, and Maya is inching up to 8th, probably just to see if she can catch the tail of the pack. Wow, Iddy League just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was in a league of their own today. Well done. Wow, Idiliv took the victory. Congratulations on that incredible win. You really showed some skills out there. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Jackal, you're up. You won the bet race, so go ahead and claim your prize, a 2014 Rebellion R1 from the LMP1 class. Well done to both of you. Here's a fun fact for you. All the classic Indy cars used to race with a massive engine that could produce up to 800 horsepower, but they only had a single gear transmission. Imagine trying to keep all that power under control with just one gear. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy is a legendary car, known for its speed and elegance. On the other hand, the Kuzma Offie has a reputation for raw power and reliability. It's a tough call, but I'd lean toward Justin Platinum's Ferrari simply because of its racing pedigree and agility. Still, Tales Australis Kuzma could surprise us all if it manages to harness its power well. Let's see who hits the finish line first. Hey Pack 4 Tech, great to see you back in the mix. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI chaos. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the racing madness. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Dustbite Speedway, and leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in a slick 1952 Kuzma Offie. He's got the pole position and is looking ready to turn back the clock and maybe even win this thing. Stay tuned. Hingle McCringleberry has shot to the front, holding the lead. Induced Platinum is right behind in second place, and Tales of Strilly is in third, trying to keep up. The race is off to a quick start. Hey there, Campeotron 2034. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some AI racing action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the chaos on the track. Filthy Old Guy and Tales of Strilly are nose to nose for third place. King Chu 22 just snuck into 7th. IP Dope is climbing to 10th. Rex and Sarah is really having a rough time, falling back to 16. New for Life is making some bold moves, now in 18th after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is also on the move, climbing to 19th by overtaking 4 cars. K-Bumper is on a tier, now in first place after overtaking 8 cars. Abitope is also climbing fast, now in third after passing 5 cars. Bassadney's Art Wu is having a tough time, dropping back 8 positions to 14. Meg's Boring Life is on the move, climbing up to 18th place after overtaking 6 cars. Our Special is also making progress, now in 20th place after passing 7 cars. Rex and Sarah is having a tough time, dropping 10 positions to 29. King Chu 22 is on fire, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 4 cars. Triad is also making moves, now in 6th after passing 3. Buchitero is making a bold push, jumping 11 spots to 17th. Blackbeard is climbing to 2nd place. King Chu 22 and Filthy Old Guy are nose to nose for 3rd. Tales of Strilly is making a move to 6th. Tales of Strilly and Indus Platinum are fighting for 5th. Yeti Diamond is on fire, climbing from behind to take the lead. Rex Nero is making a solid push, now in the top 20. Era Special is also gaining ground, just behind Rex and Zera, both closing in on the front runners. Pierre Dope is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 18. Kaya Boomper is doing the same, also up 3 to 19. Basically Vu is having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 30. B89 is storming through the field and just took the lead from 10 cars in a flash. Ingle McCringleberry and VD39 are nose to tail for the top spot. Blackbeard and Ingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Maya is holding steady in the top 10. Amy just made a bold move to 11th place. Stabby Gale Killens and Deplorably Apple are both climbing through the pack, now in 22nd and 23rd. The race is heating up. Jackal is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is making moves as well, now in 8th after passing 3 cars. Tyler Drums 31 is also gaining ground, now 9th after overtaking 3 cars. Filthy Old Guy is storming ahead in 1st place now. Jackal is closing in on 2nd after overtaking 3 cars. Meg's Boring Life has made a huge jump, now in third after overtaking 10 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is storming to the front, now in first place, after overtaking 3 cars. Tyler Drums 31 is closing in on King Chu 22, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Cab Bumper is climbing fast, overtaking 7 cars to reach the 13th position. Taylor Soft Strelly is making a strong move up to second place. Just Platinum is right behind, also climbing fast into third. Tyler Drums 31 is not far behind, overtaking 4 cars to land in fourth. The battle for the top spots is heating up. King Chu 22 is on fire, now leading the race after overtaking 4 cars. Trihat is making a strong push, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 8 cars. Sovi is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by 12.5 seconds. Deplorablepo is on a charge, climbing to 14. Date Salgaming is making moves to 19. Rex and Sarah is sneaking up to 23. Looks like everyone's in a hurry today. Cad Bumper is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Squat Bender and Buchizero are nose to nose for 6th. Bayai just gained 1 position, now 10th. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations on the victory. That was quite the race to watch. And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. Way to go. You can now claim that vintage 1963 Agachani and Watson. That car's got some history and style. A fun fact about the 1966 Ford GT40 M-Key is that it famously dominated the 24 Hours of Le Mans that year, taking the top 3 spots, and proving that Ford meant business when they decided to beat Ferrari. It's like the car version of a good underdog story, but with way more horsepower and less crying. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your final picks now or forever hold your peace. Let's see which car will dominate the race. Wow, those are some classic beauties. The 1966 Chaparral 2, it looks like it came straight out of a racing history book, and the Lola T70 Mark on A Ford is no slouch either. Considering the car choices, I might have to give a slight edge to the Lola, just because Ford engines tend to have a bit more muscle in this era, but the Chaparral's aerodynamics and innovative design could give it an unexpected boost. Honestly, it's going to come down to the eyes handling, and maybe a little luck. I'd say the Lola might just squeak out a win, but don't count out the Chaparral. Classic cars love surprises in the racing game. Alright, everyone. We're kicking off at Oran Park with Wolf Slide on pole, piloting a classic 1966 Ford GT40 MKI in the prototype's 1960 class. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the competition. Wolf Slide has shot off the line to take the lead with Sophie right behind in second place. Gina Jones is holding steady in third, but don't blink or she might slip back. Maya is slicing through the field and now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones and Sophie are locked in a fierce duel for second. Amy is climbing steadily, gaining 2 spots and now in 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to 6th place. Amy and Hingle are nose to tail for 6th position. Looks like a close fight. New for Life is driving a Lotus 40 from 1965, known for its lightweight design and agility. Looks like they're hanging around in the middle of the pack, not making much noise but staying in the race. Deluxe Combo and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail for 9th place. Jebu Ugi is climbing up to 12th place. Jackal and Jebu Ugi are fighting hard for 12th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Maya and Amy are nose to nose for 7th. Deluxe Combo is inching up to 9th. Maya is closing in on the leader, trying to make a move. Amy is holding her ground, not giving an inch. Jackal and Jay Boogie are nose to tail in the midfield. Looks like a race within a race. Amy is currently in 8th place with a Lola T70 Mark on E Ford. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Deluxe Combo is driving a Lola T70 Mark on E Chevrolet. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Looks like a quiet race for now. Looks like someone is really eager to catch. Sophie. The gap shrinking by a second is a clear sign. They're nose to tail for 2nd place now. This could get interesting. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Sophie and another driver are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Someone's got the fastest lap, but he's still 6 places behind Wolfslight. He's pushing hard, but the gap is still pretty wide. Wolfslight is leading comfortably in a Ford GT40 MPI with a blazing fast lap of 1:17.935. They seem to have a solid grip on the race. Scott Dixon is driving a 1968 Porsche 908 LH Coupe. He's currently in 6th place and seems to be struggling a bit with the pace, as his fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Wolfslight better watch out. Someone's closing in fast. The gap shrinks by over a second. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a good old-fashioned wheel bumping contest. Papa Ketsi is driving a 1969 Porsche 9082 Spider. They're currently in 10th place, but their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Move for Life is racing a Lotus 40 from 1965. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Move for Life is driving a Lotus 40 from 1965. Their race seems steady but not quite in the top half. Sitting in 14th place. Maya just slipped past another car to take 7th place. Amy and Maya are nose to tail for 7. Jay Boogie and Papa KC are locked in a close fight for 11. Amy just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Maya and Amy are nose to tail, battling for that 7th spot. The classic cars are pushing the limits, and the tight Oran Park layout is making overtakes tricky. The faster lap times from the Chaparral and Lola suggest the track favors agile, lightweight cars. The slower Porsche and Alfa Romeo are struggling to keep up, showing the car class and track combo favor nimbleness over raw power. Wow, Wolfslight really showed everyone how it's done. Congrats on that win. You were cruising to the finish line. Great job out there. Wow, Wolfslight really sprinted to victory. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done on the win. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Chevrolet Camaro might have the edge on the Cleveland Grand Prix circuit. It's got that sleek design and probably a bit more agility around those turns. The Mustang is no slouch, but I'd put my money on the Camaro to take the win just because it tends to handle a little better in tight corners. But hey, in a race like this, anything could happen. Oh, this is a classic showdown between muscle cars. The Ford Mustang and the Chevrolet Camaro, both are powerhouse options. The Mustang has that iconic American styling and a reputation for raw power. The Camaro is known for its sleek design and excellent handling. Honestly, it could come down to who has the better AI driving skills more than the cars themselves. But if I had to guess, I'd say the Camaro might have a slight edge in agility, which could make all the difference around Cleveland's twists and turns. Still, don't count out the Mustang's straight-line speed. It's going to be a close one. Alright folks, New for Life is kicking things off on pole in the Trans Am class, driving a sleek 2021 Ford Mustang. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if someone else is ready to steal it away. The race kicks off with New for Life taking the lead, followed closely by Amy in second place, and America's holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Ovidos is on a roll, climbing up to 16. The chaotic Weirdo is not far behind, pushing through to 18. Sovi and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Looks like a close one. Ospitzerat is climbing up to 19th place. Lotse Crespi and Osderad are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Kai Girl is gaining ground, now 21st. Amy and New for Life are still nose-to-nose for the lead. Sovi and Maya are battling hard for 6th place. Jerk Plays just gained a spot, now in 11th. Maricus is climbing up to 2nd place. Sovi is now in 6th. Shikomaru has inched up to 11th. The Kaiju is holding off Ovidus by a car length for 16th place. Ospitzerat and Lord Crespi are nose-to-tail for 19. Shelzy and Stabigail Killams are swapping positions every corner for 22nd. Ospitzerat is climbing up to 19th place. Shelzy is now in 22nd. Lotusos has moved into 24th. The race is heating up a bit. Stabigail Killams and Shalesy are locked in a close fight for 22nd place. The Dreamkeeper just gained 1 spot to take 25th. The Dreamkeeper and Lotusos are also battling it out for 24th. Lord Secretsby is climbing up to 18th place. He's now battling closely with the chaotic Weirdo for that spot. Osterod and Lord Crespi are also neck and neck for 19th. Jack Plays and Shekamaru are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Lord Crespi just gained a spot and is now in 18. Osktsarot and the chaotic Weirdo are also fighting hard for 19. Marcus and Amy are nose to nose for second place. Shazzy just sneaked past one car to climb into 22nd. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Axton Hits is making a move to 12th. Scott Dixon and Marcus are nose to nose for 2nd place. Unknown Tactus just sneaked up one spot to 14. Ovidus is gaining on Shatoda Dorokia 39, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing to 2nd place. Amy is now in 3rd. Sylvie is making a move to 4th. The race is heating up. Just Penchakis is climbing fast into the top 8. Axton Hits is making a move into the top 11. The battle between Axton Hits and Jackal for 10th place is heating up. Scott Dixon is closing in on NWU for life, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Just Penchakis has moved up one spot to take 7th place. Maya and Just Penkakis are now nose to nose in a fierce fight for 7th. Scott Dixon and New for Life are still neck and neck for the lead. Amy is now just 1 second behind Scott Dixon and New for Life. They are all fighting for the top spot with no clear winner yet. Wow, congratulations! Looks like you really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Well-deserved victory! Wow, New for Life really took the prize today. Congratulations on winning the race, you totally earned it. Thovi, way to set the pace with the fastest lap. That Mustang is practically calling your name. Looks like we've got some serious contenders here. Who's ready to claim their shiny new car? If I had to pick one of these cars, I think the 1960 Cooper T53 would have a good shot at winning on the Barbagala circuit. Its lightweight design and agile handling would suit the track's mix of high-speed straights and tight corners. Plus, the T53's advanced aerodynamics for its time could give it an edge in maintaining stability through the more challenging sections. Sure, it's a vintage machine. But sometimes old-school charm can surprise you when you least expect it. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost finished, so don't miss out on your chance to cheer for your favorite. Hurry up and make your selection before it's too late. Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have deplorably Apple with a 1950 BRM Type 15, which is a classic, but let's be honest, pretty vintage for a racing game. On the other side, New for Life is taking the 1959 Aston Martin DBR 4250, which is a bit more refined and might have a slight edge in handling. Given the car's eras and designs, I'd probably lean towards New for Life winning this one. The Aston Martin's a bit newer and might handle the race better on Barbagalla's curves. Still, it's AI racing, so anything could happen. Maybe the vintage charm of the BRM will surprise us all. Alright, everyone, the race kicks off at Barbagallo, and leading the pack is Idealive in a 1955 Ferrari 55. Starting from pole position. Let's see if those old school tricks can hold off the competition. Idealive has shot out in front, taking the lead right from the start. Circuit is hot on their tail in second place. Amy is holding on to third, but expect some fireworks to shake things up soon. Maya is now in third place, closing the gap. Mutwolf has gained one spot, now in fifth. Mutwolf and Amy are nose-to-tail fighting for fourth place. Buckybird just sneaked into sixth place. Hingle McCringleberry and Buckybird are nose-to-nose for that spot. Sophie is climbing fast, now in eighth. Maya is closing in on Circumingate, the gap shrinking fast. The two are well locked in a fierce fight for second place. Gina Jones is making moves, climbing 2 spots to 9th. Maya is closing in on Amy for third place. Buckybird has just overtaken someone to sit comfortably in fifth. Sotsfired is making a charge, climbing 2 spots to 13. Scott Dixon is on a roll, climbing to 15. Mighty Chunk is sneaking up to 18. Circamingue is closing in on Edie, getting closer by 140 seconds. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 17th place. Anaxagorax is chipping away at the Hyper 7, closing the gap by a second and a third. Amy is gaining on Circumingate, closing the gap to just under a second. Buckybird and I are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Sylvie and Mutwolf are locked in a fierce fight for seventh. Sylvie is climbing to 7th place. Deluxe Combo is now in 8th. Deplorably Apple has moved into 10th. Looks like everyone's eager to catch up. New for Life is really having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 21st. Sir Gamingai is catching Idealive fast, closing the gap by over a second. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 9th, making some moves. Zergamingate is driving a 1961 Ferrari 156 F1 which is currently in second place. They have the fastest lap of the race so far, so they're pushing hard. Looks like a strong performance so far. The tight corners at Barbagallo are favoring the cars with better handling and acceleration, which explains the close battle among the top drivers. Ingo McCringleberry and Lucky Bird are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Deluxe Combo and Sylvie are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Mighty Chunk is inching closer to Rome Spider, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 16th place. Rome Spider and Mighty Chunk are neck and neck for that spot. Dehi 7 is also gaining ground, now in 18th place. Sovi is climbing fast into 5th place. Gina Jones and Rondon 69 are nose to tail for 11th. Rondon 69 just made a move on Gina Jones. Sovi is climbing up to 4th place. Looks like Maya and Sovi are about to have a showdown for that position. Deluxe Combo is sneaking into 7th, inching closer to the top 10. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing the gap to the leaders. Ingo McCringleberry has climbed to 7th, making a little progress. Mighty Chunk is narrowing the distance to Enki's Tapsambonk X, so keep an eye on that chase. Though we just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place, Maya and Sovi are nose to tail for 3rd position. Mutwolf is chopping down the distance to Deplorably Apple, now just 2 seconds behind. Well, look at that. Adelia just took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow, Edie Leaf, you really pulled it off. Congratulations on winning that race. Truly impressive. Now, the drivers who scored the fastest lap in the bet race, listen up. Sovi, you nailed the fastest lap, so you can claim that gorgeous 1950 Ferrari 375 F1. Deplorably Apple, you took the bet race, so that means you're the lucky one who gets the 1950B RM Type 15. Nice work, everyone! Alright folks, if you want to see which shiny new AI car takes the crown, now's the time. The clock's ticking away faster than a rocket on a straightaway, so make your pick before we kick off this digital race. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have Scott Dixon, a seasoned pro in a 2009 Lola Aston Martin. That car is like a fine whiskey, aged to perfection, with a good mix of power and handling. On the other side, Jackal pilots a 2002 Audi R8, which is known for its balance and that unmistakable German engineering. Considering Phillip Island's curves and the importance of agility, I might lean slightly towards Dixon's Lola Aston Martin. It's a bit more modern and likely to handle the twist better, especially if it's been well maintained. The Audi R8 is no slouch, but that Lola could have a slight edge in overall responsiveness. But hey, with AI at the wheel, anything can happen, and surprise victories are part of the fun. Let's see who comes out on top. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is kicking things off from pole in the LMP 900 class, driving a 2011 Lola B1180 HPD. Looks like he's ready to tackle Phillip Island with some serious speed. Stay tuned to see if he can hold that lead. Gina Jones is leading the race with a strong start. Hingle McCringleberry is holding second place. Just behind her, Amy is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the front runners. New for Life is charging through the field, now in second place after overtaking 3 cars. Sovi is climbing steadily, moving up 2 spots to fourth. Amy and Sovi are nose to tail, battling hard for fourth place. Sovi is climbing to third place. Scott Dixon is making his way to fifth. Gamaxiite is advancing to 13th. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for fourth place. Evolution 954 is climbing 2 spots to 14th. Van 1857 and DCT Pizia Ruggers are locked in a fierce duel for 16th. Scott Dixon is moving up to fourth place. Maya is closing in on Unknown Tactics, now just over a second behind. Iconic Odd is gaining on Jackal, closing the gap by a full second. Shotskis just nudged into the top 10. Iconic Odd and Shotskis are nose to nose for that spot. Demaxiat and Joy Pastrami are locked in a close fight for 12th. Iconic Odd has gained 1 position and is now in 10th place. Iconic Odd and Jackal are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th. Gmaxiite has climbed 2 spots and is now in 11th. Unknown Tactics is driving an Aston Martin MR1 from 2011. They're currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real overtaking action yet. Scott Dixon is holding a solid position just behind the leader, while Jackal is a bit further back but still in the mix. Dixon has the edge for now, but Jackal could pounce if Dixon slips. Jackal is climbing up to 8th place. Iconic Odd is also moving up to 10th place. Gmax8 is now in 10th place. Joey Pastrami has climbed to 11th. Evolution 954 is in 12th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Bingo McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Amy is now in 5th. Unknown Tactics is knocking on the door of the top 5 and 6. Scott Dixon is having a rough day, dropping to 11 places behind. Jackal is chipping away at Unknown Tactics' lead, closing in by over a second. Iconic Odd is climbing up the ranks, now in 8th place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Lazy Towner fast, cutting the gap by almost 13 seconds. Jackal has just moved up 1 spot to sit in 6th. And I am gaining on Joey Pastrami, closing the distance by a little over a second. Jimaxiite is climbing to 8th place. Evolution 954 is now in 13th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Last Toner, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Shotskis just overtook someone to climb to 13th place. Jingnan Prime and Shotskis are nose to nose for 13. Scott Dixon is closing in on Lazy Towner, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Unknown Tactics is gaining on Jackal and closing the gap to just over a second. They're locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Evolution 954 is creeping closer to me, chopping down the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Sovi just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Joey Pastrami still chasing Iconic Odd, but the gap is shrinking. I am closing in on Joey Pastrami, so expect some fun soon. Vinon 1857 is climbing up to 15th place. Scott Dixon is chipping away at Lazy Towner, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow! Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the winning touch today. Well done! Wow, Gina Jones! Congrats on winning the race. Looks like you really drove your way to victory. Well done! And congratulations to Sovi for snagging the fastest lap. You can claim that sleek 2009 Audi R15 TDI. Nice work! And Jackal? Winning the bet race means you get to take home the 2002 Audi R8 door. Pretty sweet prize, I must say. Great racing today, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The twists and turns in the reverse layout require a car that can maneuver smoothly through the corners without losing speed. Acceleration and braking are also important, but being able to navigate those curves with precision will make or break the race. Basically, a car that can dance through the corners is what I'd want to see here. Alright, everyone, time's ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite yet, now's the moment to do it before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Get your choices in now. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Balsamic Vintour 183 with the classic Nissan Silvia S13, known for its agility and drifting flair. Then we've got me in the Lotus Carlton, a beast with serious European muscle. Honestly, it's a tough call. The Silvia might have the edge on tight, twisty sections thanks to its nimbleness, but the Lotus Carlton's raw power could dominate the straights. If the race leans more towards quick turns, I'd say Balsamic Vintour 183 has a good shot. But if it's about speed on the long stretches, I suppose I might have the upper hand. But hey, in the end, it's all about how these AI drivers handle the track. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Sitges Terramar Reverse with the 1990s streetcar class. America's on pole, driving a classic 1989 Isuzu 4200R. Let's see if that vintage charm can keep up. Ingo McCringleberry has taken an early lead. Marcus is right behind in second, and Balsamic Vintour 183 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Coast is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to third place. Marcus is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to lead the race. Balsamic Vintour 183 and Arlo Coast are nose to tail, battling hard for third. Bobardo is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Balsamic Vintour 183 is making a move, now in 2nd place after gaining 2 spots. Maya is also on the rise, now in 4th after moving up 2 spots. The battle for third is heating up with Maya and Arlo Coast racing closely. Uncanny Buddy is now in 4th place. Scott Dixon has moved into 6th. Amy has climbed to 7th. The race is heating up. Arlo Coast and Balsamic Vintour 183 are nose to nose for 2nd place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 5th. New for Life is sneaking into 8th. Waldo is making a move, climbing 3 places to 12. Arlo Coast is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Balsamic Vintour 183 and Arlo Coast are nose to tail, fighting for that 2nd place. Sovi is making a move, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Arlo Coast is closing in on Marcus, cutting the gap by over a second. Waldo is climbing up to 11th, and Waldo and Baka Moaning are locked in a tight fight for 10th. Maya is holding her ground in 8th place, while Amy and Gina Jones are neck and neck for 9th. Gina Jones just made a move to overtake Amy, pushing her back to 10th. Amy is trying to fight back, but Gina Jones is looking strong. Arlo Coast just snatched the lead. Marcus not giving up though. They're nose to nose at the front. Scott Dixon and Uncanny Buddy are also neck and neck for 4th place. Looks like a race to remember. Scott Dixon is climbing to 4th place. Balsamic Vintwell and Dixon are nose to tail for 3rd. Amy is advancing to 9th. Scott Dixon and Balsamic Vent 83 are nose to nose for 3rd place. New for Life is closing in on Uncanny Buddy, chipping away at the gap. Gina Jones just made a move up 1 spot, now sitting in 7th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Balsamic Vint 483 and Dixon are nose to tail for that spot. New for Life is also making moves, now in 6th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Uncanny Buddy, chipping away at the gap by 1.1 seconds. Vodka Morning has climbed 1 spot to take 10th place. The Chaotic Weirdo and Amy are locked in a tight battle for 11th place. No room for error there. Scott Dixon is closing in on Maracus, closing the gap to just over a second. New for Life and Balsamic Vint 283 are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Waldo is gaining on Sovi, shrinking the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Woo for Life is now in 4th place. Waldo is gaining on Sovi, and the gap is shrinking fast. Waldo and Sovi are nose to tail for 8th place. Wow, Arlocos just took the top spot. Looks like they're the one to beat now. Wow! Congratulations to Arlocos for taking the win. That was an impressive race. Now, Gina Jones, you did the most overtakes, so you get to claim the 1993 BMW M3E36. Great job on the aggressive driving. Looks like it's another exciting race for everyone. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your picks now before the race starts and your favorite car gets left behind in the starting grid. Don't miss your chance to see which AI driver is going to dominate today. Alright, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have New for Life in a Subaru Impreza WRX STI, known for its agility and rally routes. On the other side, Cloudsurfer 69 is piloting a Maserati Gran Turismo MC, which is all about luxury and power, not necessarily cornering finesse. Given that Horsma Raceway is a track that seems to favor quick reflexes and nimbleness, I'd put my money on the Subaru. The Impreza is likely to navigate tight corners better and accelerate out of them faster than the Maserati can stretch its legs. So, I'm betting on New for Life to take this one, but don't count out the Maserati entirely. That Italian stallion might surprise us with some style points. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Horsma Raceway Trophy. On pole is Scott Dixon, cruising in a 2016 Subaru Impreza RX-D. Let's see if those turbocharged dreams can hold the lead. Right at the start, Scott Dixon is leading the pack. Amy is holding second place, and GT Swishman 33 is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Jackson Dubox is climbing to third place. Pumpkin of Glory is now in fourth. Cloudsurfer 69 has moved into fifth. Looks like a little shuffle at the top. Oaks Wolfie is dropping back to 29th place. Maya is climbing to 6th. Sovi is moving up to 8th. Sovi and JT Swishman 33 are nose to nose for 7th. Oaks Wolfie is storming through the field, now in first place after overtaking 28 cars. Scott Dixon is right on his tail, both of them locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Hinga McCringleberry and Sovi are also close, battling for 11th place. Scott Dixon just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy is hot on his heels, closing the gap. Looks like a battle for the top spot is heating up between those two. Maya is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Sovi and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 10th place. Exhaust 21 is climbing up to 13th. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing to 3rd place. Cloudsurfer 69 and Jackson Dubox are still locked in a close fight for 4th. New for Life is making a move up to 7th. Achinona and GamerBoss 72 are neck and neck for 22nd place. Oxwolfie is chipping away at Whip 3 out 25, closing the gap by over a second. Akanone advances to 22nd place. Nero Upstarks also climbs to 23rd. GamerBoss 72 and Miser Upstarks are nose to nose for 23rd. Jackal and JT Swishman 33 are nose to tail for 8th place. Gina Jones and Sovi are also locked in a close fight for 11th. Scott Dixon has taken the lead, moving up one spot to first place. Cloudsurfer 69 is climbing fast, now in 3rd after gaining 2 spots. Nova for life is closing in on me, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Battleground is gaining on Akanoni, closing the gap by over a second. G-Bogie is climbing up to 25th place, inching closer to the top. Frogsworth and Nizrob Starks are neck and neck for 21st place. Nizrob Starks just edged ahead, but Frogsworth isn't giving up yet. Jackal just overtook someone to take 8th place. Yitisman 33 and Jackal are nose to nose for that same spot. Gemming Toe Fight Cancer is creeping up to 14th. Exhaust 21 is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Yai Chi Swishman 33 is losing ground, dropping 10 spots. Hingle Make Kringleberry just nudged into the top 10, moving up 1. JT Swishman 33 is really having a tough time, dropping 9 places to 28. Pumpkin Offguri is climbing fast, now at second after gaining 2 spots. Cloud Surface 69 and Pumpkin Offguri are nose to tail for second place. Looks like a close fight. Maya is slicing through the field, now in second place after overtaking 4 cars. Yai Swings 33 is making a big push, climbing 19 spots to settle in 9th. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to tail, fighting hard for second place. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the win. Guess he still got it. Congratulations. Wow, Scott Dixon takes the win. Congratulations on an incredible race. Well-deserved victory, and a big shout out to New for Life for winning the bet race. They can now claim that shiny 2016 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. Nice choice. Hingman the Kringleberry. You really dominated with the most overtakes. You get to claim the 2008 KTM Crossbow GT 4 SIL. That's some serious overtaking skills right there. Great effort, everyone. Sure thing. The 1968 McKee Mark 12 is actually a pretty rare gem in racing history. It was built by McKee Engineering, a small but mighty outfit that specialized in making cars for the Can-Am series. Fun fact is, this little machine is known for its lightweight design and incredible agility, making it a real challenge for bigger, more powerful cars to catch up. It's like the little engine that could, if the engine was also a rocket. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1966 McLaren M10A, driven by Ixnobot has that classic racing charm and a bit of that raw power from the era. On the other side, Scott Dixon with the 1969 Legrand Mark 11 certainly brings some serious old-school flair, maybe a touch more muscle in that model. Honestly, both cars have their own quirks and strengths. The McLaren might be more nimble and agile, perfect for those tight Goodwood curves. The Legrand, on the other hand, could pack a punch with its power and stability. If I had to place a fun bet, I'd say the Legrand might have a slight edge on raw power. But don't count out the McLaren for some sneaky sharp turns. It's a close call, but I think the vintage charm might just give the McLaren that extra edge. Let's see which of these classic monsters comes out on top. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Goodwood and Ixnobot has that prime spot on the grid. Driving a classic 1966 McLaren M10A, let's see if that vintage beast can hold on or if the newer cars will overtake. Scott Dixon has shot off into the lead, followed closely by Ixnobot in second place. Amy is holding strong in third, but don't count out the rest just yet. Ixnobot has just claimed the top spot. Calmetwi is closing in on second place. Crazy Sweet Butt is making a move up to fourth. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 10th place. Newfolife is now 12th after moving up one spot. Vargala Svet is making a move to 13th, climbing 2 spots. Anaxagorax and James Nisk are nose to tail for 15th place. Navling and Anaxagorax are also close for 16th. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 18th. Just one spot ahead. Maya is currently in 22nd place on the grid with a 1968 Surtees TS5. The race looks tight, but she's still in the mix. Anaxagorax just overtook someone to move into 15th place. James Misk and Anaxagorax are nose to nose for that same spot. Nya and De Fizzards are locked in a close fight for 20th. Chosen's Coast is climbing up to 7th place. Ingdon McCringleberry is now 8th after moving up 2 spots. Newfolife is in 10th after also gaining 2 positions. Ixnobot is holding a solid lead, but Scott Dixon is right behind in second place. If Ixnobot slips up, Dixon might just pounce. For now, it's a waiting game. Scott, Dixon and Roger Bear 302 are nose to tail for 5th place. Gina Jones and Vargala Svet are locked in a close fight for 13th. Deserts and Trifinity 3 are battling it out for 19th. Gargala Svet is dropping like a stone, now in 21st place. Stankit and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 8th. Zero Aurelia and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 11th. Jackal is now in 21st place. Maya has climbed to 22nd. Chelsea is in 23rd. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. D6 is driving a 1966 McLaren A10A. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling with the pace, already a good 4 seconds behind the leader. Sovi is racing a 1968 Surtees TS5. They're currently in the 9th place but are struggling with the pace, their fastest lap being over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like they're fighting to keep it steady. Aurelia is on the move, climbing up to 9th place. Crazy sweet but just gained 1 spot to 3rd. Amy is dropping back to 11th. Looks like she's having a rough patch. Anaxagorax is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 13. Trifinity 3 is also making a charge up 3 positions to 15. D-Thirds is catching up as well, moving 3 places to 16. The race is heating up. Chelsea is closing in on Vergala Svet. The gap is shrinking fast. Hingle McCringleberry just climbed 1 spot to 6th. Stankit also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Well, look at that. Ixnobadixel just took the win. Guess they really know how to leave the rest in the dust. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Ixnobadixel for winning the race! That's quite the achievement. They really drove their way to the top. As for the rest of you, remember there's a chance to claim a car if you perform well. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, so you're the proud owner of a 1968 Surtees Thurs 5 from Formula 5000. Not too shabby. Keep racing, everyone, and who knows what you might win next. Alright everyone, it's almost time to lock in those cars. If you haven't made your pick yet, now's your chance, or you might end up with whatever the AI thinks is the best. Hurry up before it's too late. Alright. This is a classic showdown between two vintage beauties. H2 Hove with the 1988 a GSJ H23 and Shikamaru with the 1988 Zaxpeed 8 on. Both cars have their own quirks and charms. The AAESJH23 is known for its quirky handling, but might struggle with raw speed. Meanwhile, the Zaxpeed 881 has a reputation for being a bit more aggressive on the track, especially with that turbocharged engine. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say Shikamaru's Zaxpeed might just edge out the pinky toe of H2 Hova's AXA. The turbo boost could give it enough of a boost in speed to make a difference, especially in the final laps. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, and the underdog might surprise us. Let's see how this vintage battle unfolds. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Chang track, and leading the pack right from the start is Onistix in a classic 1988 Delara 3087. Looks like he's got the pole position and a good shot at staying in the front. Let's see if he can keep that momentum. Ihave Exema has shot off the line to take the lead. Onistix is right behind in second place. Metrixco is holding on to third, but expects some early action to shake things up. H2 Hove is holding off Metrixco by a car length. Shikamaru is just ahead of Juspankakis by a nose. Sovi and Shikamaru are nose to tail for 6th place. Metrixco is climbing to 2nd place. Shikamaru is now in 5th. Sovi is up to 6th. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is really having a rough time falling back 10 spots to 20. Lisa Shibi is climbing steadily into the top 10 now in 10th place. Amy is right behind in 11th, inching closer. Hingle McCringleberry is really having a rough time dropping 9 places to 29. Jackal is climbing steadily, moving up 1 spot to 13. Crystal 33 and Jackal are nose to nose for 13th place. Looks like a close fight. School Bus Rustafi is climbing up to 15th place. JD Enburn is now in 18th. Netzerob Starks has moved into 19th. Looks like everyone's making some moves. Axton Hits is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Just Benkakes better watch out or Axton might snatch that spot. Selen Foxt, editing 13, is making a move, up 2 spots to 18. Looks like some good racing behind the leaders. Schoolbus Wustefi just nudged ahead of Crystal 33 for 14th place. Leech Mapsy and DKC KB0 are still nose to nose for 21st. No big moves yet, but the tension is building. Schoolbus Rustefi is closing in on Jackal fast. Just 1.2 seconds behind now. Yeetsilgaming and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 27th place. Crystal 33D is driving Ariel RC1, starting in 15th place. Their race looks steady so far, but no major moves or overtakes yet. Amy is climbing 1 spot to 10th place. Scott Dixon is also up one spot to 11. Someone is making progress, moving up one spot to 24th. Leah Shibi climbs to 10th place. Daegi KK Baitserogets advances to 20th. Yadi Anburn and DCCKB Zerogers are nose to nose for 19th. Shikamaru is driving a Zach speed 881, starting in 5th place. Their fastest lap is just over a minute and 35 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. H2 Hove is driving a 1988, a GS JH23. They're currently in 4th place and have a decent lap time of 1:35.104. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Axton Hits is climbing fast into 5th place. Just Penchakis is also making moves into 6th. Atina CNC is sneaking into 8th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Sovi is slicing through the field to sit in 6th place now. Shikomaru is climbing nicely to 5th. DKK Peitze Rogerts is making a small move up to 19th. Sovi and Shikamaru are nose to tail for 5th place. Jackal and Scott Dixon are locked in a fierce duel for 12. Rex and Sarah and Crystal 33 are fighting hard for 15. Zoe is climbing nicely to 5th place. Rex and Sarah is making a move to 15. JD Anburn and Silent Fox 213 are nose to nose for 18. Sovi is driving an Arrows a 10B and currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just a fraction behind the leader. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging for the top spot yet. Wow, Ihavik Sama really sprinted to the finish line. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Ihavik Sama really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! Looks like all those laps paid off. Guess they're not just fighting eczema, but also racing to the finish line. Well deserved. Sure thing. Did you know that the 1975 F1 cars were notorious for being some of the most challenging to handle? They had a lot of power but minimal downforce, making them quite the wild ride. It was like trying to tame a lion with a whip. Not exactly the easiest cars to tame, but definitely legendary in their own right. Alright everyone, time is almost up. Make your final choices and let's see which AI car will dominate this race. Don't miss your chance to cheer for your favorite. Hurry up and pick. Wow. This is quite the vintage showdown. Wrath 92 is behind a Parnelli VPJ4 from 1975, which is a classic and pretty unique in racing history. On the other side, Yakaraman is in a BRMP201 from the same year, also a vintage contender. Both cars have their charm and quirks, but when it comes to Mugello's curvy and demanding layout, the handling and agility might tip the scales. Given the characteristics of these cars, I'd guess that Wrath 92's Parnelli might have a slight edge in terms of balance and responsiveness, especially in the tight turns. But hey, with AI driving, it's anyone's game. I'd say this is a close call, but I'd put my money on Wrath 92, because the Parnelli's design might just give it that extra edge at Mugello's twisty sections. Let's see if the AI agrees. Alright folks, the race is kicked off at Mugello and Uncle Tobin is sitting pretty on the front row with his vintage 1975 Parnelli 50J4. Let's see if that classic charm can hold off the field. Uncle Tobin is leading the race, followed closely by Dr. Felix in second place. Lebis 3 is holding on to third, but I wouldn't count out the pack just yet. Lebis 3 just overtook for second place. Dr. Felix X and Plebis 3 are nose to tail battling for second. Draywon 192X is closing in on fourth, inching closer. Draywon 192X is climbing nicely into third place. Jackal and Trash Crashton are locked in a fierce duel for fifth. Screwchamp is making a move up to eighth. Jackal is climbing to fifth place. Scroogechamp and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for seventh. Wrath 92 is pushing up to 10th. Yakiraman and Bobote are nose-to-nose for 12th place. James Miss is climbing 2 spots to 24th. Yungan Stordu and 2 is inching up 1 spot to 28th. Yama Priest just moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Yama Priest and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 7th. Scroogechamp and Yama Priest are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya is storming through the field, now in first place, after passing 28 cars. Uncle Tobin is right behind, making it a close fight for the lead. Jackal and Dr. Felix are locked in a fierce duel for 5th place. Uncle Tobin takes the lead now at the front of the pack. Lebis 3 is hot on his heels in second. Draywon 192X is climbing up to third. Looks like a tight race at the top. What? Lebis 3 and Uncle Tobin are nose-to-nose for the lead. Trash Crashton and Dr. Felix are swapping paint for 5th place. The Critica leg is climbing up to 11th place. Dehiper 7 is climbing up to 15th place. Scott Dixon is also moving up to 17th place. Dank Nuggins and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for that 17th spot. Maya is closing in fast on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 11.6 seconds. Wrath 92 and Yama Priest are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up the ranks, moving up one spot to take ninth. Scrooge Champ and Hingle Me Cringleberry are nose to tail for ninth place. Valdo and Sophie are fighting hard for 13th. Scott Dixon and Dank Nuggins are locked in a close scrap for 17th. Wrath 92 and Yama Priest are locked in a close fight for 7th place. The Critical Egg just gained one spot and is now in 10th. Scrooge Champ and the Critical Egg are battling hard for 10th. Scrooge Champ and the Critical Egg are nose to tail fighting for 10th place. Sophie is making a move, climbing up one spot to 12th. Bubute and Sophie are also close, battling for 12th. Scrooge Champ is making a move up to 10th place. Yucky Ramen is also climbing, now in 15th. Looks like some steady progress. Drewbone 92X is chipping away at Plebis 3's lead, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Jackal is on the hunt for Drewbone 192B's, closing in by 3.7 seconds. Yama Priest just made a move up one spot to sit in 6th. Josh Crashton is climbing to 6th place. Scrooge Champ is now 9th. Sophie has jumped 2 spots to 10th. Tangaducky TTV is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 15. Lockjun 7 is also making moves, jumping 3 places to 17. New for Life is gaining ground, moving up 3 positions to 23. Wow, Uncle Tobin, you must be thrilled to win at Mugello. Looks like all those practice laps finally paid off. Guess you're officially the fastest in the family now. Well done! Wow, Uncle Tobin took the victory. Congratulations on that awesome win. You really drove that race like a champ. As for Sophie, great job on the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a 1975 Shadow DF5 from the F1 1975 lineup. ... Looks like some exciting prizes for the winners. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1995 Lola T9500. It has a reputation for being a pretty nimble and aerodynamic machine, which is really what you need on a tight vintage circuit like Albay. The Penske and Reynard are solid contenders too, but the Lola's design seems to have a little edge in balancing speed and maneuverability for those winding corners. Plus, it just sounds like the kind of car that would surprise everyone by darting through the track with style. Alright, so we have Hickerham Sam Racing in a 1995, Reynard 95, I and Amy in a 1995, Lola T9500. Thor Altar. Both are pretty vintage and classic, but honestly the differences in these cars could be like choosing between apples and oranges. The Reynard is known for its balance and agile handling, while the Lola, with its sleek design, might have a slight edge in aerodynamics. But remember, the driver's skill can sometimes outweigh the car's pedigree. In this case, since both are driven by AI, it's all about which programming favors better handling and strategy in this track. If I had to make a guess, I might lean towards the Lola because its design tends to favor smooth, fast corners, and maybe a little more stability at high speeds. But hey, don't count out the Reynard just yet. It's got a reputation for turning in some pretty impressive performances with the right setup. So, who do you think will take the crown? Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Albi Vintage Track, and leading the pack is Exclusive Gox in the 1995 Penske PC23. He's got pole position, so let's see if he can hold on to that top spot. Exclusive Gox is leading the race, followed closely by XOSS in second place. Hikori Hamzam is currently in third, trying to keep up. Naturally Unlucky is climbing to 5th place. Jackal is also moving up to 7th. Zovi and Jackal are nose-to-nose for 7th position. Hikori Hamzam and Amy are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Maya and Jackal are swapping paint for 6th. Hikori Hamzam and Amy are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Sovi just bumped up to 7th and is eyeing Jackal in a fierce duel for that spot. Hikori Hamzam just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Jackal is also making moves up to 7th. Ready Zero TV Vixen and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 8th. Dave Factor is in the 12th position driving a Reynard 95R1. Looks like they're hanging in there, but no signs of overtaking anyone yet. Maya is closing in on Natural Unlucky, trying to make a move for 5th place. Dave Factor and Scott Dixon are swapping positions rapidly in the fight for 11th. Jacko is driving the Penske PC23, same as the leader. Looks like he's holding his own in 7th place. Not bad for a mid-pack battle. XOSS is leading the race in a Lola T9500 and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're pushing hard and making the most of that car's potential. Hikori Hamzam is in 3rd place with a Reynard 95i. They're running a solid race with the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Scott Dixon's Reynard 95i is currently in 11th place. He's running a bit behind the leaders but not far off the pace. Looks like he's trying to find his rhythm. Amy is leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's trying to seal the deal early. H2 Hova is climbing up to 12th place. Gina Jones and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 14th. A2 Hove is racing a Penske PC23 and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Amy is showing some serious pace, but with only one lap to go, it's all about holding that lead now. Wow, Exclusive Audax took the top spot again. Clearly they're on a different level. Well done. Wow, Exclusive Audax really pulled off an amazing win. Congratulations. That was some impressive driving. Looks like they're on top of the leaderboard for today. Great job. Sure. A fun fact about the Random Street Cars racing class is that these cars can be from almost any make or model you can imagine, making the races quite unpredictable. It's like a surprise box of vehicles each time they race. So you never know if you'll see a sleek sports car or an everyday sedan suddenly pulling off a surprise win. It really keeps everyone on the edge of their seats. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final picks before the cars hit the track. Don't miss out on the thrill of choosing the champion. Hurry up and get those selections in. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Gina Jones in a classic Ferrari F40 LM, a legendary supercar with some serious racing pedigree. That car's got power, style, and history on its side. On the other hand, Lil Sprout with a 2005 Renault Clio 3 RS197, a nimble little hatchback that's more about agility than outright speed. In a race at Estoril without the chicane, I'd say Gina's car is probably going to have the edge in raw power and speed. But don't count out Lil Sprout. With that smaller, lighter car, they might weave through corners more effectively and challenge Gina if they can keep it close. So my money's on Gina Jones, given the Ferrari's performance and the fact that straight-line speed can make a big difference on this track. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see if the underdog can pull off an upset. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Estoril, no chicane. Jackal's on pole, cruising in a sleek 2017 Aston Martin DB11. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the others have a trick up their sleeve. The race kicks off with Jackal leading the pack, Wolf's Light right behind in second, and Maya holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. My car is holding steady in 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 7th place, closing in. Indigo Pete is in 9th, not far behind the pack. Amy is solidly in 2nd, but the leader is pulling away. Beats with Kev is on the rise, climbing 4 spots to 9. Gina Jones is also making moves, overtaking 4 cars to land in 10th. Lil Sprout is gaining ground, passing 3 cars to sit in the 13th. Wolf's Light just overtook Amy for the lead. Amy is not giving up easily though. Sylvie is now just a second behind Rosaurus, closing in fast. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing in on the leader. Defertz has climbed to 3rd, making a nice move. Sylvie is up to 11th, still climbing but not quite there yet. Move for Life is now in 12th place. Sofik is right behind in 13th. They're neck and neck. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Kaboomper is closing in on Scott Dixon fast, just 6.3 seconds behind now. Hingle Kringleberry has climbed up to 5th place. Beats with Kef and Indigopity are nose to nose for 8. Maya takes the lead, moving up to 1st place. Defertz is closing in on Amian and has cut the gap by 230 seconds. Beats with Kev climbs to 8th place, making a nice move up the field. Kaboomper is closing in on Rosaurus fast, just 7.2 seconds behind now. Gina Jones has climbed 1 spot into 9th place. Sofik is making a move, up 2 spots into 11th. Rosaurus is gaining fast on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by over 8 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and Wolf's Light are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. New for Life is creeping up on Lil Sprout, chipping away at that lead by just over a second. Kaboomper is gaining fast on Rosaurus, closing the gap by 7.3 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. Beats with Kef and Matthewsaurus Rex are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Kaboomper is gaining on Rosaurus fast, closing the gap by 7 seconds. Beats with Kef just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Defertz is making a move towards the front, claiming the top spot. Wolf's Light is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry with a quick lap, the gap shrinking fast. Wolf's Light and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail, fighting hard for 4th place. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing up to 3rd place after overtaking 4 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in fast, chopping nearly 13 seconds off the gap. Matthewsaurus Rex is making moves, jumping 3 spots to sit in 6th. Gina Jones is rapidly catching up to Amy, closing the gap by almost 12 seconds. Kabumper is gaining on Rosaurus, chipping away nearly 10 seconds. Amy is inching closer to Defizzards, narrowing the distance by a little over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is now in third place. Maya is closing the gap on Jackal by 1.8 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up to 14th place. Wow! Maya, you really sprinted to the finish line. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy! You really zoomed past everyone and took the win. Congratulations on that incredible race. Now, Gina Jones, you've got a fantastic prize coming your way. A 1989 Ferrari F40 LM. That's quite the retro ride to add to your collection. Great job to everyone today. Alright everyone, buckle up because the countdown is almost over. Make your picks before time runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever the bots decide for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Here's a fun fact about the Mugello short track. Despite its fairly compact size, it's known for how intensely the races get, because of the tight corners and quick straights. It's like a roller coaster for cars, but without the long lines and screaming kids. It really tests the skill of the drivers, or in this case, the AI. Wow, this is quite the classic showdown. The Lola T163 is a legendary car with a lot of racing history behind it. But the BRMP 154 Chevrolet has that raw power advantage. It's like putting a vintage charm up against muscle. If I had to pick, I'd say the BRM might have the edge in raw speed and acceleration, but don't count out the Lola for its finesse and agility on that tight Mugello short track. It's going to be close, but I'd put my money on Sovi with the Chevrolet to perhaps edge out in the end. Let's see how these classics perform. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Mugello Short, and Jackal is leading the pack on pole in a 1970 Chaparral 2J. Looks like he's ready to shake things up right from the start. Stay tuned! The race kicks off with Jackal leading the pack, Gina Jones right behind in second, and Frankenballs rounding out the top three. Let's see if they can hold those positions or if the AI has other plans. Meg's Boring Life is making a nice climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 8th place. Gina Jones and Jackal are still locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Leech Mepsi is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 3rd. Gina Jones and Jackal are nose-to-nose for the lead. Frankenballs just sneaked into 3rd and is now eyeing the top 2. The fight for 2nd is heating up between Frankenballs and Gina Jones. Gina Jones just took the lead, climbing to 1st place. Leech Mepsi and Frankenballs are nose-to-nose for 3rd. J.D. Anburn and Kyroscope are locked in a close fight for 5th. Bleach Mepsi is climbing fast up to 2nd place. Jackal and Bleach Mepsi are nose-to-nose in a close fight for 2nd. Abumzi is making a move up to 7th. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 8th place. Salmon is also moving up to 10th. Salmon and Meg's Boring Life are neck and neck for 9th. Deplorably Apple and Abumzi are nose to tail for 7th place. Salmon is inching up to take 8th. Meg's Boring Life and Salmon are ducking it out for 9th. Jade Anburn is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 3rd. Jackal and Jade Anburn are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd. Deplorable Apple is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 6th. Frankenballs is really having a rough time, dropping 8 places to 17. Meg's Boring Life just gained 1 spot to 9. Hingle McCringleberry also moved up 1 to 10. Looks like Meg's Boring Life and Hingle McCringleberry are now nose-to-nose fighting for 9th place. Kyroscope and Jackal are locked in a tight fight for 4th place. Maya is climbing up to 10th. Move for Life is also moving up to 11th. Kyroscope is climbing nicely into the top 4. Deplorably Apple is also making progress into the top 5. And Maya is inching closer to the top 10, still pushing forward. Jackal and Deplorably Apple are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Maya just climbed one spot to 8th. Ingo McCringleberry is chipping away at Meg's Born Live's lead, now 1.6 seconds behind. Kyroscope is driving a 1970B RMP 154 Chevrolet and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is 57.414 seconds, which shows they're holding a decent pace but still behind the leaders. Kyroscope is closing in on JD Enburn, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Maya is gaining on Jackal with a 1.4 second reduction. Hingle McCringleberry is making moves, climbing 2 spots to take 9th place. Kyroscope is climbing up to 3rd place. Deplorable and Jade Anburn are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th. Deplorable just climbed to 4th place. Looks like they're eyeing that 3rd spot with Kyroscope. This race is heating up. Salmon Zamun is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by over a second. Amy is climbing up to 13th place, making her way through the pack. Wow! Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Well done. Wow. Gina Jones takes the victory. Congratulations, Gina. You're really showing everyone how it's done. And not only did you win, but you also set the fastest lap, so you do get to claim that classic 1974 Shatterdina 4. Nice work! Sophie, you snagged the win in the bet race, so you've earned yourself that sleek 1970B RMP4 Chevrolet Dot. Solid effort there. And Deplorable, with the most overtakes, you get to add the same car as Sophie to your collection. Looks like everyone's leaving here with some pretty sweet rides today. Keep it up, folks. Here's a fun fact about the Bikerniki Ring of Skill track. It was actually inspired by a mix of real race circuits and some wild imagination. So basically, it's like the track version of a roller coaster that you definitely shouldn't try to ride after a big meal. It's designed to give even the most confident drivers a little challenge, and keeps the AI racing exciting enough to make you wonder if they're secretly cheating, or just really good at avoiding the walls. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. So if you want to see which car gets to race next, now's the time to make your pick. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Get those choices in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the matchup. Hot Bolognese in the classic Honda Civic Si, known for its agility and nimbleness. It's a car that can really dance around corners if driven right. On the other hand, Magico Black in the Volkswagen Golf VR6, which has that sweet, torquey engine, perfect for power and stability on the straightaways. Given the tight and technical nature of Biker Niki Ring of Skill, I'd say Hot Bolognese might have the edge in maneuverability. But don't count out Magico Black's Golf, especially if it can leverage its power on the straights. It's a close call, but I'm leaning slightly towards the Honda, giving its nimbleness. Let's see if the car or the driver will dominate today. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Biker Niki Ring of Skill. Leading the pack in retro street cars is Hot Bolognese, piloting a classic 1992 Honda Civic Si. Looks like a nostalgic favorite is in front for now. Hot Bolognese is leading the race, followed closely by Magico Black in second place. Sovi is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Zealand Fox 213 is charging ahead, now in first place, after overtaking 3 cars. Maya has climbed 2 spots, now in third. The battle for second between Maya and Hot Bolognese is heating up, with both cars neck and neck. Maya just snuck into second place. Gina Jones is climbing to fifth. Ray Graves is making a move up to sixth. Looks like the race is heating up. The retro street cars are holding their own, but the track's tight corners probably favor nimble cars like the Honda Civic and Toyota Supra. The Big B and the Zuu seem to be struggling with agility. Business Artvu and Jekyll are nose to tail for 8th place. Shotsky's just snuck into 14th. Imogen Tempus is climbing to 20th. Ingelme Kringleberry is driving a 1978 Dome Zero, a rare and futuristic-looking car for its time. Their race seems to be a bit behind, currently in 18th place, so they might need a miracle to catch up. Gina Jones is closing in on Magico Black, cutting the gap by a full second. Fish the Husky has climbed 1 spot to 14. Imogen Tempus is also moving up 1 spot to 18. Spikelos is driving a 1985 Mazda RX-7 Turbo R2. Looks like they're holding steady in 19th place, but no real signs of overtaking anyone just yet. Scott Dixon is closing in on a Gretz 34, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to 16. Ease Basic Switch is also up 1 spot, now in 20. Maya is currently in second place, driving a 1998 BMW M5 E39. The race looks tight with her close behind Silent Fox 213. She's been consistent but hasn't made a move yet. Jackal has moved up one spot to take 7th place. Sovi and Jackal are battling closely for 7th. Base in his art Wu is closing in on Sovi, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 15th place. Shotskis and Hingle are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Meg's Boring Life is chipping away at Space Basics Witch's lead, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Hot Bolognese is really turning up the heat, closing in on Maya by over a second. Spikles just sneaked into the top 20, climbing one spot. Spikles is gaining on Schoolbus Rust TV, closing the gap by just over a second. Meg's Boring Life is inching closer to X Basic Switch, also by a little over a second. Hot Bolognese is holding the lead comfortably, while Marja Kobleg is stuck behind some traffic. Looks like Hot Bolognese might have this one unless Marja Kobleg pulls off a miracle. Josh Biosh is driving a 1984 Ford Fiesta X R2. He's currently in the last place and seems to be struggling with pace, as his fastest lap is over 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 12th place. Josh Biosh and Meg's Boring Life are nose-to-nose for 21st. New for Life and Amy are nose to tail for 10th place. Fish the Husky just gained one spot and is now in 13th. Schoolbus Rust TV is inching closer to Shotskis, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gravy Graves just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Gina Jones and Gravy Graves are nose to nose for that position. Amy and Base Nizart 2 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Wow! Silent Foxed. 13 took the win. Looks like they're the fastest fox in the forest. Well done! Wow, Silent Fox 213, congratulations on winning the race. You really showed those cars who's boss. Well done! And a shout out to the drivers who can claim a car. Maya, with the fastest lap, you've earned yourself a 1998 BMW M5E39. That's a legendary ride, perfect for cruising in style. Enjoy it. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Autodromo de Antioquia has a mix of tight corners and some fast stretches, so a car that can turn quickly and stay stable through curves would be ideal. Top speed is nice, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns smoothly, it's going to lose precious seconds. So, Overall responsiveness and grip are what I'd prioritize for this race. Alright everyone, the countdown is on. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time, or else you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. The 1978 Dome Zero is a classic, sleek-looking car with a lot of potential, especially if it's been well taken care of. But let's be honest, it's a bit of a vintage hero that might struggle against a more modern machine. On the other hand, the 1987 Mitsubishi Galant Fair 4 is known for its turbocharged power and all-wheel drive, which could give it a real edge on a tricky track like Antioquia. Considering the car's backgrounds and the track conditions, I'd probably put my chips on King Root and that turbocharged beast. It's built for performance and speed, and the all-wheel drive should help it grip those sharp corners better. But don't count out Hingle McCringleberry just yet. With some clever AI, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Autodromo de Antioquia, and leading the pack is Sovi in a 1978 Ford Mustang King Cobra. Looks like those vintage cars have a head start, but let's see if they can hold on to that pole position. Sovi has shot off the line to take the lead. Awildarino is right behind in second place, and New for Life is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle already. New for Life just overtook someone to move into second place. Looks like the fight for the lead is heating up between New for Life and Sovi. Die Fitsits and Deplorableppel are still neck and neck for fourth place. No clear winner yet. Wildraino has just snatched the lead from the front runners. Deplorableppel is closing in on third place. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to sixth. Hingle and Die Fitsits are nose to nose for fifth place. Akanona just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to move into sixth place. They are now nose to nose, trading paint for that sixth spot. Ovidos is really eager to catch Maya, now closing the gap by a full second. Jackal is climbing up the field, moving into the 13th place. Kingrut is really closing in on Scott Dixon, now just 1.1 seconds behind. They're battling for 8th place. Jackal has moved up one spot and is now in 12th. Deplorableppel and Sovi are nose to tail for second place. Jackal just gained a spot and is now in 11th. Maya and Jackal are battling hard for the same position. Looks like a close one. Sylvie is making a move and now leads the race. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 7th place. I and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 11th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. Amy is also on the move, now in 13th. Ovidus and Amy are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Deplorably Apple and a Wildrino are neck and neck for second place. Kingroot is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry rapidly, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Now, Kingroot and Hingle McCringleberry are battling for 8th place. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to second place. Desets is inching closer to Move for life, and the gap is shrinking fast. The fight for 4th place is getting intense. Desets is climbing fast into 3rd place. Akanona is also making moves, now in 6th. Divitserts and Deplorable Apple are nose to tail fighting for 2nd place. Akanone is sneaking up, climbing 1 spot to 4th. Divitserts is making a move to the front, now in 1st place. Akanone is climbing up to 3rd, closing the gap. Sylvie and Akana are nose to tail for 3rd place. This is getting interesting. Ovidus is driving a 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo, known for its durability rather than speed. Looks like they're holding steady in the back, probably saving the engine for a late push. Akanona just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Deplorably Apple and Akasanoni are nose to tail fighting for that 2nd spot. Nova Life and a Wildrino are locked in a close duel for 5th. Sylvie is really pushing to catch Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingle and McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place, making moves in the midfield. Gina Jones is driving a Mitsubishi Galant VR4 and is currently in the 11th position. Her fastest lap is just a fraction behind the leaders, so she's hanging in there but needs a bit more pace to climb higher. Sylvie is driving a 1978 Ford Mustang King Cobra, which is leading the race. Looks like the classic muscle car is holding its own at the front. The race seems to be a close battle among the Mustangs and the other retro street cars. New for Life is making a move up to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also climbing to 5th. Kingroot is now in 9th place after moving up 1 spot. Jackal is making a quick climb up to 8th place. Ovidus is not holding back either, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 9th. Kingroot is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 6th. Maya is driving a Nissan Skyline R31 GT-SR, which is holding steady in the middle of the pack. Looks like she's trying to stay out of trouble and maybe pick off some overtakes later. The race seems pretty tight behind Sovi and Renault.Tan. Maya is driving a 1986 Nissan Skyline R31 GT-SR, which is known for its balance and agility. Currently in 12th place, just behind Amy. Looks like she's trying to make a move but still has some ground to catch up. Wow! Defizzers took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was just too fast for the rest. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Defizzards on winning the race. Great job out there. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race and earning the right to claim a 1978 Dome Zero. That's a pretty sweet retro street car. Also, kudos to Jackal for making the most overtakes today. You get to claim a 1983 Toyota, a E86. Nice work on that aggressive play. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get in on the action. The countdown is almost up, so don't miss your chance to see which AI monster takes the lead. Hurry up or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Alright, so we've got Gina Jones in a 1996 Minardi M 195B and Scott Dixon in a 1996 Ligier JS 43 Racing on Ibisu Higashi. Now, looking at these cars, the Minardi was known for being a bit of an underdog, often struggling to keep up with the top teams, but sometimes surprising us with bursts of brilliance. On the other hand, the Ligier was a decent competitor, known for handling reasonably well and having a bit more consistent pace. Given the context, I'd say Scott Dixon's Ligier might have the edge here because it's a slightly more reliable package, especially on a track like Ibisu Higashi, which rewards a good balance of agility and stability. Gina's Minardi might try something daring, but unless she pulls off a miracle, I'd bet on Scott to take the win. Still, In racing, the unexpected is what keeps it exciting. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Ebisu Higashi. Beats with Kev is starting on pole in a classic 1996 Williams FW18. Let's see if that old school machine can hold off the new wave. It's gonna be interesting. Beats with Kev is leading the race, followed closely by Daisy Chains in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Looks like the race for fourth is heating up between Maya and Move for Life. Sophie and Thomas Moran are still locked in a close duel for eighth. Daisy Shans is driving a footwork FS17, starting in third and currently in second. Looks like they're making a solid push, maybe even eyeing the lead soon. Schmerzenlieb is climbing up to 10th place. Scott Dixon is now in 11th. Gina Jones has moved into 12th. Looks like they're all playing the game of musical chairs. Deplorabliacle is driving a McLaren MP 411. They're holding steady in 7th place, so it looks like they're just cruising along without any major drama. Sylvie is driving a Jordan 196, a car known for its balance and agility. Looks like Sylvie is currently in 9th place, so they're not doing too badly but still have room to improve. N-Body Notes is driving a Footwork FS17. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders, so they might be holding back for now. Scott Dixon is driving a Ligier JS43, which is known for its balanced handling. He's currently in the 13th place, trying to catch up after a slow start. Looks like he's struggling a bit but still in the hunt. Maya is driving a Jordan 196, starting from the 5th position. She's currently in 4th place and has the 3rd fastest lap of the race. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite breaking away. Maya is driving a Jordan 196 and currently in 4th place. Her fastest lap is just a bit behind the leader, so she's hanging in there. Looks like she's trying to keep pace without pushing too hard. Amy is driving a McLaren MP411 and is currently in 10th place. She's gained a couple of positions from her starting spot, but still has some ground to make up. Deplorable is driving a McLaren MP411, which is a pretty solid car for this era. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like they're just cruising along, waiting for a chance to overtake. Wow, beats with Kev, you really crushed it. Congratulations on taking the top spot. Looks like the race was intense, but you pulled through. And a big shout out to Sophie for nabbing the fastest lap. You get to claim the classic 1996 Jordan 196. That's a pretty sweet piece of racing history. Scott Dixon, way to win the bet race. You're now the proud owner of the 1996 Ligier JS 43. Not bad at all for a quick wager. This race had everything. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Sure. Did you know that LMP1 cars were so fast and technologically advanced, they could sometimes beat racing prototypes and even some Le Mans winners? It's like giving a supercomputer a race car and telling it to go wild. They've got hybrid engines, super aerodynamic bodies, and an attitude that says I'm here to dominate, making them some of the coolest machines on the track. This is quite the matchup. Sophie's driving a 2014 Audi 18 e-tron Quattro, which is a hybrid Le Mans winner with some serious endurance and fuel efficiency. Gina Jones is in a 2018 BR Engineering BR1, which is a pretty competent prototype with some high-tech bits. Given Bahrain's track layout with its mix of high-speed straights and tricky turns, the Audi's hybrid system could give Sophie an edge in acceleration and energy management. That said, the Brune is built for speed and agility, so Gina might make up some ground on the straights. Honestly, I'd lean towards Sophie's Audi, especially if they manage to optimize the hybrid boost. But don't count Gina out. She's got a good shot if she can keep the corners tight. It's shaping up to be an interesting race. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Bahrain and Jackal is on pole in the LMP1 class. He's in a 2015 Porsche 911 hybrid, so let's see if that old school speed can hold up at the front. The race kicks off with Jackal leading the pack, followed closely by Sophie in second and Zap Brandigan holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Down to Quest is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 20. Sophie and Jackal are nose to nose at the front, battling for first. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 9th. Zaprandigan is climbing to second place. Cheryl Mitsuroses and Deplorable Evil are locked in a close fight for 5th. Let's Go is advancing to 7th. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for that spot. Dralitsko and Cheryl Midzirosis are locked in a close fight for 6th. Dralitsko and Cheryl Midzirosis are nose to tail for 6th place. New for Life just gained a spot to 9th. Ingle McCringleberry and New for Life are also fighting for 9th. Let's Go is now in 5th place, closing in on the top 4. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 9th place, making a solid climb. Amy has also gained 1 spot, now in 12th. The race is heating up. Brandigan is closing in on Jackal, and has cut the gap by 3.2 seconds. They are in a tight battle for first place. Chris Golfers moving up one spot to take 20th. Sobi is climbing up to second place. Deplorable is narrowing the gap to Zabrandigan by almost 2 seconds. They're locked in a fierce fight for third. Triad is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 6th. Gina Jones is dropping back, now in 17th. It's Serror is also losing ground, down to 26th. Gina Jones is climbing to 16th place. Chris Golfer is now in 18th place. Down to Quest has advanced to 20th place. Dreletsko just overtook someone to take 8th place. New for Life and Dreletsko are still nose to nose for 8th. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 11th. Down Telquist is driving a 2009 Peugeot 908 HDI. Afida currently in the 21st spot, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Cheromitsirosis is racing a 2018 B R Engineering B R1. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like a solid middle of the pack run so far. Cheromitsirosis is really having a rough time falling back to 16th place. Deplorably Apple just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Triad also moved up 1 spot into 5th. Cheromitsirosis is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 25. Deplorably Apple is climbing steadily into 3rd place. Zabrandigan and Deplorably Apple are now locked in a close fight for 3rd. Triad and Zabrandigan are nose to tail for 4th place. Dreletsko is slicing through the field, now just a second behind Triad. Gina Jones is climbing up to 14th, making moves. Dreletsko is climbing fast, now in 4th place. Zabrandigan and Dreletsko are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Hinglum Mekringleberry is making a move, now in 8th place. Jackal is dominating with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Wow, look at that. Jackal just took the win. Guess they're the fastest in the game today. Wow, Jackal. Congratulations on winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. You truly earned it. And congrats to Sovi for winning the bet race. You now get to claim the 2014 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro de Two. Nice work! Who's feeling lucky enough to try for the Porsche 919 Hybrid next? Sure! Did you know that the 1988 F1 cars were some of the most powerful machines ever seen in the sport? They used turbocharged engines that could produce over 1,000 horsepower during qualifying. That's like giving a tiny car the power of a jet engine. No wonder they were so fierce on the track, even if they were a bit, shall we say, unpredictable at times. Alright. Everyone. The clock is ticking, and the moment of truth is almost here. Make your picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite gets disqualified, because you're too slow. Get those selections in. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Lotus 100T has that classic charm, and a bit of a reputation for agility. But the Osella FA1L might surprise us with its unique handling, and maybe a little more power. Since both cars are from 1988, it's really about who's got better AI tricks up its sleeve. I'd lean towards the Lotus just because its design is slightly more nimble. But don't count out the Osella. It's like choosing between a well-dressed fox and a clever cat. Let's see which one can master the figure 8 without turning into a tangled mess. My money is on the Lotus, but I'd keep an ear open for any surprises from Amy's Osella. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the tricky figure 8 track. Gina Jones is starting strong on pole, behind the wheel of a classic 1988 Williams FW12. Let's see if she can keep that lead. Gina Jones is leading the race, followed closely by Vinha 17 in second place and Singoshi in third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace right from the start. Zademojiyamis just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Josh Biosh and Zademojiyamis are nose to tail for 9. Lethal Carp and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11. Maya is holding her ground in 13th place while Papa Casey is right behind, trying to find a way past. Amy is now in 10th place, making a nice climb. Papa Casey is inching closer to Maya as they race for 13th. N Body Notes is climbing fast, now in 12th place. Lufin in 18 is also on the move, pushing into 14. Tyler is making a move, now in 15. Looks like a little chaos at the front. Zadamoji James just sliced through the pack to grab third place. Amy's climbing fast into 6th. Dorfine and Teen is on a tier, overtaking 6 cars to sit in 8th. Gina Jones is really having a rough time dropping back to 13. N Body Notes is on the move, climbing up to 14 after overtaking 3 cars. Jackal is also making progress, moving up 4 spots to 16. Jackal is climbing 2 spots to take the 14th place. Josh Byosh is moving up 1 spot to 15. Ginha 17 is also up 1 spot to 18. N Body Notes is making a move, climbing 3 places to 18. Zadamoji James is closing in on Zotsfired, shaving off 2.4 seconds. Jackal is climbing up 1 spot to 13. N Body Notes is now in 17th place, climbing 1 spot. No For Life has also gained 1 position, now in 18th. The race is heating up. The tight figure 8 layout is causing some overtaking chaos and making it hard for the leaders to break away. Hingle McCringleberry is dropping like a stone down to 12th place. Amy is climbing up to 4th and Agretz 34 is now 5th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Zadamoji James is gaining on Zotsfired, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Scott Dixon, chopping 3.4 seconds off the distance. N Body Notes is climbing up to 16th place, moving 1 spot forward. Zotsfired is having a rough time and dropped to 10th place. Jackal is closing in fast on Hingle McCringleberry and cut the gap by nearly 20 seconds. Zadamoji James just moved up 1 spot to take 2nd. Scott Dixon is climbing to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 11th. Looks like they're both on the push. Buffy19 is climbing fast into 3rd place. Lithocarp is also making a move into 4th. Tyler is not far behind, grabbing 5th. Looks like a tight battle for the top 5. Tyler and Lithocarp are nose to nose for 4th place. Maya just snuck into 6th and is looking to make a move. Sovi is also climbing up to 7th, so things are heating up behind the leaders. Vinha 17 is closing in on Josh Byosh fast, cutting the gap by 11.4 seconds. Sovi is climbing 2 spots to 5th place. Jackal is moving up 1 spot to 10th. Scott Dixon is making a move, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zadamoji James is holding on to the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Lithocarp is also on the rise, grabbing 2nd place after moving up 2 spots. Hingle McCringleberry is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 5th. Tyler is nudged into 3rd. Scott Dixon is also making progress, moving into 4th. Things are heating up. Jackal is making a move, now in 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Sotsfied is climbing fast, now in 8th after passing 3. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, now in 3rd after moving up 1 spot. Wow! Congratulations to Sadamoja Jamis! You really raced your way to the top. Well done! And Scott Dixon, you did the most overtakes today. That's impressive! You're now in the running to claim the 1988, March 8, 81. Keep up the good overtaking. And who knows, maybe you'll be driving that classic soon. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance to make a move before the AI starts racing without you. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite car misses out. Hurry up and make those selections. Alright, looking at the cars, this is going to be interesting. The Nissan Skyline GT-R 32 from 1990 is a legendary car, especially known for its all-wheel drive and advanced technology for the time. It should handle those tight Macau streets with some serious agility. On the other hand, the Porsche 944 Turbo from 1988 is a rear-wheel drive sports car with a reputation for great balance and handling. But it might struggle with traction on those sharp corners against the odd Skyline. Considering that, I'd say Maya's Nissan Skyline is probably the favorite here, especially in Macau's tricky race setting. The Skyline's tech and power should give it an edge, but the Porsche's handling might make it closer than you'd think. Still, I'd put my money on Maya's Skyline to come out ahead. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Macau Gia track. Gina Jones is starting on pole in a classic 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500. Let's see if that retro beauty can hold its ground. Gina Jones is leading the race, followed closely by Jackal in 2nd place and Hingle McCringleberry in 3rd. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace right from the start. Hingle McCringleberry and Jackal are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Sophie is climbing up to 7th, leaving some behind. Amy is also on the move, now 8th and gaining ground. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Maya is also moving up to 3rd. Jackal and Maya are neck and neck for that 3rd spot. Looks like a close fight. Guguine Miracles is closing in on Jackal fast, cutting the gap by a full second. Amy has climbed 2 spots and is now in 6th. Cloud Surfer 69 is gaining ground, moving up 1 place to 10th. Meanwhile, Cloud Surfer 69 and Anu for Life are locked in a close fight for 9th place. The tight Macau Gia track is keeping the pack close, making overtakes tricky and favoring drivers with sharp handling skills. Sovi is driving a 1985 Mazda RX-7, known for its lightweight and rotary engine. Looks like Sovi is holding steady in 9th place, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the top 10. Maya is holding a solid 3rd place. Not bad for starting from 5th. Chubby Panda is right behind in 6th, so the race is tight. Looks like Maya might have the edge if she keeps it clean. Lord Buttrill is driving a 1999 Peugeot 306 Maxi. They're currently in 8th place, so they're making a decent push but still have some ground to cover. Maya is closing in on the leader, looking for an opening. Ingolna Kringleberry is holding firm but not for long. Geogina Miracles and Jackal are swapping places like it's a tennis match for 4th. Geogina Miracles just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Jackal and Geogina Miracles are nose to nose for 4th. Amy and Jackal are locked in a close fight for 5th. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap to the leader. Amy has moved up to 5th, making some progress. Zoe is cutting down the distance to Scott Dixon by a second, so keep an eye on that chase. Dio is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by a second. Sovi has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Cloud Surfer 69 has also gained 1 position, now in 9th. Cloud Surfer 69 and Scott Dixon are locked in a tight duel for 8th place. Chubby Panda just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. The Kaiju is closing in on Wuffer Life, shrinking the gap by 230 seconds. Vena 17 is driving a 1991 Renault Clio in the Group N class. They started in the 13th position and are currently in the 13th place, so they're holding steady. Not much movement, but at least they're not falling behind. Amy is in 8th place driving a 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500. Looks like she's holding her ground, but not quite catching the leaders yet. The Kaiju is driving a BMW 635C I from 1988. They're currently in the 12th place and seem to be holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like a solid, steady race so far. Scott Dixon is gaining on Sovi and closing the gap by a little over a second. Le Caillou is also making moves on Indeview for Life, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Things are heating up at the front. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Gina Jones took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. You totally owned that race. And what a fantastic day for me. Because I won the bet race. I get to claim a 1990 Nissan Skyline GTR R32R. That's a pretty sweet ride. Looks like I'll be adding some serious street cred to my virtual garage. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1968 Lola T190 might have the best shot at winning on the Nonstop circuit. It's got a good mix of agility and speed that could handle those twists and turns pretty well. The older models like the Crossel or Eagle might be charming, but I don't see them outpacing the more performance-oriented Lola or McLaren in this lineup. So, Lola T190, all the way for me. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown right here. The Mackie Mark 12 from 1968 versus the Lotus 70 from the same year. Both are vintage but have very different vibes. The Mackie is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, so it might have the edge in straight lines. The Lotus 70, on the other hand, is all about finesse and cornering ability, especially on a track like Nonstop, which demands skillful maneuvering. If I had to make a wild guess, I'd say it's going to come down to who handles those tricky turns better. The Mackie might surge ahead in the long straights, but the Lotus could make a comeback in the twisty sections. Honestly, it could go either way, but I'm leaning slightly towards the Lotus for the win, because Nonstop is so demanding on driver skill and finesse. But hey, with AI at the wheel, anything could happen. Buckle up! Alright folks, the race kicks off at Nonstop with Hingle McCringleberry on pole in a vintage 1968 Lola T190. I mean, if speed was history class, Hingle would be the teacher right now. Let's see if that classic beauty can hold off the AI challengers. Jacka is leading the race with a solid start. Hingle McCringleberry is holding second place, trying to keep up. Scott Dixon is in third, not far behind but already looking for an opening. Lithocarp is climbing up to 5th place. Zadim Mujijames is also moving up to 6th. Bubote and Trihartriad are nose to nose for 10th. Zadim Mujijames is slicing through the field to take 3rd place. Trihartriad is on a charge, overtaking 6 cars to sit in 4th. Morning Starsel is making a move, passing 8 cars to land in 6th. Wrestling 567 is making a huge jump to take the lead, overtaking 18 cars in the process. The Licha Donanity 1 is also on the move, passing 24 cars to climb into 2nd place. That one is overtaking. is doing the same, overtaking 24 cars to secure third. Things are getting interesting at the front. Jackal is storming ahead to take the lead. Anarchisix is not far behind, climbing up fast. Trihat is making a strong push, overtaking 4 cars to sit in third. Hinglemy Kringleberry is making a bold move to take the lead, overtaking 4 cars in a flash. Bubote is not far behind, also making a strong push to second place by overtaking 5 cars. Yuna's Got Leads is climbing up fast, overtaking 4 cars to settle in 5th. Things are heating up at the front. The Chaotic Weirdo is on a roll, climbing to 4th place. Lord Crespi is not far behind, now in 5th after overtaking 6 cars. I am also making a move, overtaking 6 cars to sit in 6th. Things are heating up. Scott Dixon is on the move, climbing up to 15th place. Nulavi is having a tough time, dropping 9 spots to 25. Connor Melody is gaining on Hermit Media fast, closing the gap by over 6 seconds. Scott Dixon is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by 11 seconds. Lithocarp just overtook 3 cars, and is now in 17th. Asharuna 92 also made a move, passing 3 cars to sit in 18th. New for Life is making a strong move, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 5 cars. DKKP Rogerts is also on the rise, moving up 6 positions to sit in 6th. Trihat is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to land in 8th. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Amy just made a bold move to 2nd place. Mission Man is climbing fast into 8th. Scott Dixon is also making progress, now in 10th. The race is heating up. Nulavi is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 19. Teddy 61 is closing in on Ekis Tapsambonksix, cutting the gap by 11.5 seconds. Eunice Got to Leads just moved up 1 spot to 2nd place. The Chaotic Weirdo is making a charge up to 2nd place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8th, and I'm sneaking up to 14th. Looks like the race is heating up. New for Life just sliced through the field to grab the lead. DKK Beatsi Rogerts isn't far behind, also making a move through the pack. Hermit Media is on a charge, climbing up to the middle of the pack from way back. Eunice Got to Leads just made a bold move to take the lead, overtaking 5 cars in one go. Trihat is climbing fast, now in the top 20 after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life and Juna Got the Leads are neck and neck for 1st place. Looks like a battle to watch. Wow, congratulations. Looks like all those laps paid off. Guess you're the one to beat now. Hey everlasting Apex, welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you're still here. Ready to cheer on these AI cars and see who takes the spotlight today? Hey everyone! Looks like the stream decided to take a little nap. But don't worry, I'm on it. I'm fixing it as we speak so we can get back to those race car shenanigans in no time. Thanks for hanging in there. We'll be back to watching those AI cars zoom soon. Alright everyone. It looks like we need to hit pause for a few minutes while we do some quick maintenance. Don't worry. We'll be back faster than you can say race car. Sit tight, grab a snack, and I'll see you all very soon with more AI racing action.